is us. iPhone cameras us. Taco salads us. Us. All of dark.
Look, I can't steal too much of Matt's theme song here, but it is a banger. It is a banger. It is an absolute banger. Speaking of bangers, I'm still on this Final Fantasy VII kick. Oh, that's so beautiful! Like, literally, what the fuck is that? Oh my god. I love it. I perceive something as beautiful, and my immediate reaction is to say the F word. When instead, what I should be saying is, what's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever time it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Subaru City. We're live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever kind of simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity this of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Wow. Okay, yeah, I actually made myself run out of breath for once. Usually I've got enough to cover it, chat. I'm used to breathing a lot. It comes in handy. Any breathing fans in chat? Any fans of breathing? Am I the only one that likes breathing? I invented breathing, actually. Did you hear? Ethan is coming. That's right, Sarah C. Ethan is coming from the most moral of all podcasts in the entire world. How could he? Ethan Klein. I never knew he would be into drama, right? I never would have expected that. Maybe Luigi should go in there and with his vacuum backpack. Wait, where? Into my room? Keep the floating jink heads away from me. Those are scary to you, comrade girl. I'm sorry. Coming for them for the most more. Oh wait, no. I gotta click the button, don't I? God, why are there so many buttons I have to click? That's the hardest part of this job, chat, is clicking the buttons. Well, that and editing videos, apparently. Oh my god. Every time I edit a video, I somehow harm my health or something. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Anna mocked me from being poor on Twitter just today. Just today, Cosmopolitics. Audio is audio is something. Audio is go? Wait, it better be go. Oh, you're just telling me that you can hear me, right? Yeah, because sometimes that's a problem. Sometimes that's a button that I forget to press, but I'm going to press all the buttons today, chat. I'm going to press all of your buttons today, and we're going to have a good show. So get ready for that. Did Luigi shoot Waluigi off his post? He got the wrong Ouija. Some people are saying that it might have been the other Ouija and not Luigi's Mansion. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just not going to stop calling him that. He's Luigi's Mansion to me. And he always will be. Did I see Anna and Emma sniping at each other on Twitter today? Directly on Twitter now. Oh my gosh, chat, that sounds like something we gotta cover in the near term. Now the stream is perfect. Yes, Shenmaruku. Now the stream is perfect. You are correct. But yeah, I mean, it's a whole thing, like that balancing act that I play, chat, in terms of trying to stream enough to be financially viable, but at the same time, streaming enough so that every time I come to you, I am providing good content. I'm high energy and I mean, you can tell the difference, right? Between my heads, when my head's in the game or not. Your head's got to be in the game, in this game. This is the game of heads. Heads in the game. All of our heads together as one head to think of the most amazing memes possible. So, speaking of which, goddamn, I forgot to do that. I have got a new, you know how I had the thing with the butterfly? The thing that doesn't work anymore? I think it's because I moved the butterfly file around or something. I moved some files around on my computer. But yeah, I've got like a new like sound for like the beginning of videos and like segments. Yeah, I should just do a thing on the segment where it shows like a hand coming up at the, like that's the transition, right? Just hand in your face. It feels like Muay Thai, doesn't it? Emma and Fran reached out to me. Damn. Well, it sounds like some shit happened on Twitter, right? I haven't been, I gotta be honest, I haven't been paying attention to Twitter very much since Blue Sky became a thing. The new sky is blue sky. The only sky you need. But yeah, it seems like there's some stuff that we just like have not gotten to, right? Stuff that I should have covered last week, maybe. I don't even know. When I miss stuff, I'm like, how did that happen? Okay, so I just type in Kasperian, I'm guessing. And all of the drama will pop up, right? God. The problem with the Kasperian hashtag is that there's just too much shit on it. And it's like constant. It's like do you remember the Keffels hashtag? It was like, you know, Keffels is not the biggest public figure, but when all the scandals were coming down, it was like the hashtag was always active. There was always something on there. Something new, in fact. Oh, this is what I hate about Twitter. I look at my, you know, I type in a search word and it's like, would you like to see your posts on this topic? No, I don't need to see my posts. I need to see other people's posts, Twitter. Oh my God. Yeah, just remind me of how much I've tweeted about Ana Kasperian. That's great. That's great. That's just wonderful. What the fuck, really? Okay, so what a worthless hashtag. Let's try again. Emma Vigland might not be as cluttered of a hashtag, I am hoping. That's Emma Vigland's. Okay, let's try this again. Vigland. Okay, so yeah, the Vanguard's posts this morning. Wait, oh my God. Oh, Ana Kasperian, there we go. Ooh, the union thing is coming into, oh my God, TYT is getting destroyed. This is all from the clips that the Vanguard posted this morning. Should we start off with those, chat? Also, Anna, on yesterday's TYT, I don't see anything worth being an activist for at this point. Wow. Better for it. Twitter is so toxic, it gives you brain rot. All right, let's take a look at this. Shall we? Shall we take a look at Twitter before we get into streaming today? I thought I swear to God there was like something else I was gonna look at first, but I hate how Casparian. Oh no! Oh no! Oh geez, what is this? Oh my God! Wait, is this what I think it is? Oh geez. Okay, I see. I see. They all just got ego problems. Okay, let me bring this in. Let me bring this into focus for you, chat. I hope you don't mind me deviating from my Oh, hi there. I'm in a sea of jellyfish. How's it going? It's not like I need to. There's any content that I need to be covering that should be right up there. It's not like that's a thing.
It has been 5 years.
Like that. Wait a minute. No. This is still incorrect. That is still incorrect. How the heck? Okay, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Jellyfish, that's right. Well, we got Jink Yuger here. Yeah, like I said, we'll start the show with a flourish, I guess. Because that's how it's going. You know, you just sometimes you get into a stream and you're right into it, right? Okay, so like this is what Christina Cosmopolitics wants us to look at. Who, by the way, should go follow on Twitch if you have not already. Follow Cosmopolitics. Okay, so this is a response to somebody responding to someone I know as an Ana Kasparian fan. That's stating it mildly. You know, I gotta figure out what is this supposed to be about. They all just got ego problems and can't admit when they're right and wrong in some areas. What is this about? Oh, I see. There we go. Drama sucks. Okay. So this all stems off of Anna's threat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Here we are, chat. Oh my God, right into the middle of it. Right into the middle of it. And I think I got the other side of it over here. Do I? Yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. I don't know, chat. I almost feel that's Matt Lush responding to the Vanguard. What's the story here? Matt Lush. Brianna? Wait, what? Rebellion Pack. Oh, geez. Thanks for reminding me. Wait, what is even going on in this thread? I feel like this thread was... There's a chain, chat. There's a chain of threads. And I believe that they all start with... this one? I gotta make it all make sense, right? So, you know, we saw Anna jump on Christina. We've seen Anna going back and forth with Emma. I think this all started here. It was Silly and Billy. That's who we will blame. We will blame Silly and we will blame Billy. That is who started this all. This is Silly and Billy's thread. All right. Final Fantasy VII music is not appropriate for this. What music is? What music is? Probably no music. Probably no music. Probably just have to do this as a segment, which it is. So we're here at what I believe to be ground zero of the drama that started this morning and has been going all through the day. Drama involving Ana Kasparian, Emma Vigland, and our own Cosmopolitics, Christina. I say our own because in the chat right now, but anyway, chat. This is Silly and Billy, aka the Vanguard, posting that. Posting a bit of members only content from TYT. So if you don't know, TYT, they seem to revel in drama, but they don't handle it very well. Does that make sense? They have a lot of grievances about a lot of people, and well, they keep it, I guess, to their bonus content usually. They keep it to their post show. I think they call it a post show. Like there's a show after the show for members only. And so they're like, okay, well, we're behind the paywall now. Let me let you know. So this Sam Seder, I fucking hate Sam Seder, right? They just go off. They go off. The stuff that they usually try to hold in, not very well, mind you, because, you know, there's a lot of TYT videos that end up where they end up. God, I feel like they can't make an appearance on like a right-wing channel now without mentioning the Majority Report. They are really not, you know, keeping it collected. They are not keeping it together. They are not like I said, they don't handle drama very well, even though they seem to revel in it. So yeah, this is the Vanguard posting that Cenk compares Sam Seder to grifters Dave Rubin and Jimmy Dore, then says that Sam and Emma will support a corporatist prick like Pete Buttigieg in the Democratic primary. Yeah, this is coming from the guy that supported Rick Caruso. So this seems like maybe this is where the drama stemmed from. I know there's two Vanguard threads that are both they're both clips from the TYT bonus content here. This one seems to be the one that was connected to what we were looking at just now.
Here's who's doing it, and fuck them, right?
Yeah.
And then everybody's like, oh no!
That's what I'm like. That's what I'm like when TYT attacks. I'm like, oh no! I knocked down Waluigi. It's wild, Chad. I just
That about poor Jimmy Dore. I can't believe you're saying that about poor Dave Rubin. I can't believe you're saying that about poor Sam Seder. I know. Poor Sam.
So it's wild to me, right? Because, you know, the very obvious truth of the matter is that if anybody's following the path of Jimmy Dore and Dave Rubin, it's Cenk Uygur here. It's Cenk Uygur himself. But I'm trying to think like an audience member. And if I'm just like parasocially attached to Cenk and Ana, and I've been with them forever, and I remember the Jimmy Dore thing, and I remember the Dave Rubin thing, and I remember being like, I thought those guys were nice, but then they said bad things about Cenk. Like, I'm just trying to put myself in the mindset of somebody that is like, no, TYT is still the home of the progressive. Sam Seder is doing a Jimmy Dore thing, you know? Sam Seder is just doing a Jimmy Dore thing. It's Sam, it's because he supports the corporate candidates like Pete Buttigieg. He really likes Pete Buttigieg. And I'm glad that I have Cenk Uygur and Ana Kasparian because they're keeping it real. They're anti-establishment, unlike Sam Seder. Oh my God. This is like living in the world of... what are they doing to their audience? Their audience has got to be brainwashed. Like, right, as I'm thinking this through, how, like, a true believer in Cenk and Ana and the home of the progressives, and of course, and the TYT army is too strong. Like, somebody, like, right, because I'm saying this as somebody who used to be a viewer of TYT, not necessarily a fan. I always thought they were kind of cringe, but way back in the day, they were the only source for progressive, like a progressive angle on news. And I did for a while. Actually, this is embarrassing, right? I really had a lot of respect for Ana Kasparian at some point. Like, I really looked up to Ana Kasparian as somebody that I wanted to... It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I don't know. I have no excuse, chat. But I thought Ana Kasparian was cool as fuck. And God, it didn't take long to disabuse me of that. I mean, there probably were signs prior to the birthing person explosion. There definitely were signs, right? On TYT, there was like I think I covered a debate between Cenk and no, was it a debate? Wait, how did that work? It wasn't a debate. It was Cenk and Ben Glebe giving their opinion about Glenn Youngkin's response to a trans person. I think that's when I realized that there was something going on with TYT. And even then, I thought, well, you know, hey, maybe they'll find their way again or something. But yeah, no, I guess I just hadn't checked in with them. When you do look at it, though, prior to that, there are signs of Anna's increased NIMBYism. And there are signs actually from the very beginning of Cenk Uygur having a huge reactionary, I'm going to say it, bigoted fucking streak. This guy's a bigot, and he's always been a bigot. And I always wanted to cut him a break on the stories that he, you know, wrote sexist things in college, because I'm kind of like, that was in college. He's changed, right? I don't know if he ever really changed. If you go back far enough, and it's actually not that far, if you go back into the early half of the 2000 teens, you're going to find Cenk Uygur using transgender as a pejorative. Like, not just to you know, talk about, you know, trans people, but to talk about any woman that Cenk deems to be too masculine, too strong, so to speak. He would say, I don't know, looking a little transgender there, like, right, and then laugh. I mean, this is the same TYT that did a segment reporting on rating people's camel toes or whatever the hell. They were like, oh shit, you can see some camel toe in this picture. Here, let's zoom in on it. Oh my god. Oh my god. And that sure made things weird when Jimmy Dore, I believe, sexually harassed Ana Kasparian. What he brought up to counter those claims, which, you know, like, yeah, this guy was very inappropriate at the workplace. But what he brought up, not that it makes it any better, but was there, you know, he actually unearthed the camel toe segment to be like, well, it looks like you were doing some sexual harassment yourself. And yeah, I mean, that these guys were getting cooked by Jimmy Dore. Like, that's the whole thing. You know, in the Sam Seder Fun Half segment intro, where Sam says it's survival of the fittest. I don't think TYT is the fittest. Well, let's see what Cenk has to say further. What do you have to say for yourself, Cenk?
I can't believe you're saying that about poor Jimmy Dore. I can't believe you're saying that about poor Dave Rubin. I can't believe you're saying that about poor Sam Seder. I know. Poor Sam. Okay? So anyways, yeah. And so look,
this idea that Sam Seder is crying a tear in his beer over what TYT says.
They claim to be more left-wing, and then they'll
I don't give a shit.
No, hold on, let me finish.
They're stepping all over each other. Like, who is madder at the Majority Report, right? They're gonna fight over it. Anna's like, let me shit on them, and Jake is like, no, I'm not through shitting on with them yet.
I don't
And
care.
then
Let me finish shitting on them, and then you can take your turn, Ana.
they'll go around and be like, oh, corporatist politicians, yes, establishment Democrats, Kamala Harris.
That's definitely what I always hear on Majority Report, is how much Sam and Emma love establishment Democrats. That's definitely like a meta narrative there on MR.
Kamala Harris was a cop. Now all of a sudden, oh, Kamala Harris lost. What happened? There's only two things that make you cry.
Okay, first of all, you supported Kamala Harris as well. You called her opponent a fascist. They're pivoting so fast that they don't even realize how blatant their grifting is, right? Oh yeah, no, Sam was, that's right. Sam was a huge fan of Kamala Harris. Sam was not skeptical at all about Kamala Harris. Sam was very confident in the electoral strategy of Kamala Harris. Or was it like the complete opposite of that? I can't remember which.
Cry when establishment Democrats lose and when we fight back against you. Oh, well, you're not supposed to fight back. Oh, they're so rude.
He's got such a victim complex. He has got such an unbelievable victim complex, right? Yeah, people are always punching me, and then I fight back a little bit, and they're like, "Don't fight back." It's so rude.
I mean, we only call them Nazis.
Yes. Find that clip, Jink. Find that clip. Fucking make my day. Make my day. All right. Find that clip. Find the clip of Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland, anyone involved with MR calling you a Nazi. I don't think so. I don't.
Why are they fighting back? You see how they're the bad guys? Let's all cry again. Oh. Cry all you want.
It's just an incredibly incompetent bully. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. A bully that doesn't realize that everyone is laughing at him.
I don't give a
not with him.
Damn what you do. But if you guys support a corporatist prick in the next primary because of identity politics or any other...
And again, the Vanguard would probably say, you mean like Rick Caruso? Somebody like Rick Caruso, who you supported for mayor of Los Angeles? Jank, perhaps?
Bullshit. I'm going to let everybody know that all of the things you've ever done in your life was apparently totally and utterly fraudulent.
Yes, that's right. Sam Seder is the one who is fraudulent. Sam Seder is...
And all you wanted was to get some pats on the head from the establishment. We're pop...
I'm sorry. Look, he's not Pod Save America. He's not even Hassan. He's not getting pats on the head from the establishment, bud.
Are you guys populist? I don't see that at all.
Yeah, again, I don't know what to say. I don't know how Jink doesn't realize how obvious it is that he lives a lot closer to the lap of luxury than the likes of Sam Seder.
Oh, cheer for the establishment, yay! Okay, go ahead, do it in the next primary. Go support Pete Buttigieg in the next primary or Gavin Newsom. Let me see you, okay?
This is cringe, but you can see what he's trying to do. You can see what he's trying to do, right? He's trying to take what they all kind of agree on, which is that A, the Democratic candidates, the ones that get chosen are not great, but B, they're better than Trump. And it's worth, it's worth, using your vote against Trump, if you have the opportunity. They all kind of agree with that, and he's pinning it on Sam, but in a very Jimmy Dore way. In a very Jimmy Dore way. Oh, you supported Hillary Clinton. He says, well, I was Bernie or bust, okay? I stuck with Bernie, even though he wasn't running and had endorsed someone else. I stuck with Bernie. This is what, Jink, okay, oh my God. They're gonna go MAGA so fucking fast. What I mean is that by this time, next election, I predict TYT will be supporting Trump, or Vance, or Trump, chat, or Trump if he gets to change all the laws in the nation. It'll be Trump versus Obama. It'll be Trump versus Obama versus H. Ross Perot versus Vernon. Wait, what is his name? The boot on the head guy? Anyway, Chad, it'll be a big field. It'll be a big field. Anyway, so yeah, I think this is kind of the start. This is at least the start of one thread of drama that we're looking at. So yeah, you got Matt Lush replying to the Vanguard saying, hell yeah, let's get into it. How much of TYT's membership dues have gone towards this guy's investment instead of TYT's employees? who have better politics than their main hosts. Jeffrey Katzenberg's company invests in TYT Network as part of 20 million round. Emma chimes in, to be fair, some of it probably went to hiring a union busting law firm. Oh, there's Hank Thompson. Let's give that a like. I was part of unionizing TYT, and my documentary, Tell the Truth, Cenk, penned, details their use of anti-worker law firms, one which represents the AMPTP. You can search the NLRB website for the Young Turks to see evidence yourself. Is that supposed to say Vagueland? I'm assuming this is Vagueland and not Vagland, but okay, so here we go with the quote retweet by Ana Kasparian. And that's how we get to cosmopolitics part in all of this drama. Ana Kasparian, yet another sign of her pathetic dishonesty. Emma was employed by TYT when the company announced recognition of the union. These cheap shots make herself look like a class warrior. Crack me up. Sorry, to make herself look like a class warrior. Crack me up. Makes sense. Especially when she advocates that we all shut up and take it, I'm guessing, when someone assaults us on public transportation. Not wanting to get punched in the face is a bougie concern after all. Wow. When did this happen? What? Okay, so this would have been after Majority Report. Okay, so Emma replies, unclear what this means. I'm a member of a union. If that's a shot at my upbringing, I'll let my work speak for itself. The TYT NLRB complaint is public. I've tried to keep our differences professional. I loved you as a friend at one point. I'm sorry you've gone down this road. Ana Kasparian replying, no, you didn't try to keep shit professional, Emma. You've been mocking me and running your mouth for a year. Your regression into cheering on crime. That's right. That's what they're a pro-killing podcast. What more can I say? Yes, of course. Of course they're cheering on crime. In addition to your identitarian streak is grotesque. God, I can almost like feel Ana Kasparian's salt. Wait, is there one more? Is there one more level of... Okay, there must be. Yeah, there must be. Where does Zeke come in? I think it's here. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, wait, I'm trying to tie this to this. Yet another sign of... Okay, so yeah, there we go. The Ana post that oh my god, come on. The Ana that post that I read that started with yet another sign of her pathetic dishonesty is responded to by Zeke Gonzalez, who, look, I only recognize because this person posts something slightly parasocial to Ana Kasparian almost every day. Or at least did at one point. I don't know, maybe Zeke seems to be neutral here. I love watching people in their 30s fighting, and it's like laughing and crying. Clueless Ron replies to Zeke saying drama sucks. I mean, it's productive. Yeah, that. Zeke says they all just got ego problems and can admit when they're right and wrong in some areas. You're really riding the fence on this, Zeke. I know one of my favorite shows to become drama channels. There we go. Okay, so here comes Christina replying. So now we know how this makes sense, right? You have to track it down on Twitter. So this is the interaction between Christina and Ana, and no, Ana did not ratio Christina despite being a much larger account, right? So Clueless Ron doesn't want his favorite shows to become drama channels. Christina replies, haha, you can't watch both TYT and MR. TYT has regressed. And then Ana Kasparian says, you sure were a sweetheart when you were asking me for money. No. Christina posts the, oh yeah, you kind of ratioed. You kind of ratioed Kasparian a little bit there. That's a little bit of a ratio right there. Look, Keffels did a great job making ratios uncool, so I'm going to stop noticing them, but whatever. Make your donations too strong with a matching gift. Your contributions will double in strength. Too strong. That's right, too strong. It's so weird. It's so weird for somebody that asks, like, much poorer people to, you know, to support them monetarily to come at Christina about asking for money. Somebody that's gotten money from all kinds of corporate sources. And you gotta wonder how compromised they are at this point. Like, they keep on minimizing the whole Peter Thiel thing. Like, oh yeah, so because Peter Thiel gave some money to Polymarket, therefore, oh, I guess, well, you use PayPal, you use Facebook, you use Amazon, right? Okay, I'm sorry, I guess there's no ethical consumption. I guess there is no ethical consumption, but yeah, chat, that is one thread that I just chased down for you before even starting the show. DM'd Ana to ask her for money. I mean, yeah, she should give me some money. Basically proving Christina's point there, yeah. You had a Twitter interaction with Ana? Interesting. If Ana wasn't being a boomer brain, she would understand that Emma is decarceral. True. Yeah, that's how it gets. That's what she's saying. She's calling Emma pro-crime, but they are a pro-killing podcast, so I guess she's right. The pro-killing podcast. Yeah, Ana mentioned, yeah, and like I keep on asking about this assault thing, right? In what other case would I, if I'm, like, yeah, it's difficult to talk about something like that, right? Such, SH and SA happen all the fucking time, and in some ways they're like normalized to the point where you're like, was that really over the line, right? But it's way too common and it's difficult to talk about. But in talking about it, what is the purpose of going into like the like, I can't imagine in other situations if I were to mention a detail about, let's go from innocuous to obviously problematic, all right? Yeah, I was assaulted by a blonde guy. Okay, that's weird. Why did you mention it was a blonde guy, right? Now, there's not like a huge thing unless you're an 80s movie against blonde guys, in which case the blonde guys get to be the badass villains, so that's not even really that bad of a thing. But it's weird. It's weird. Why does it matter that it would? What does the person's hair matter? By somebody with glasses, right? Okay, why does that matter? You know, right? And then if you start to do more stuff like, you know, you mentioned like the race of the person that assaulted you. What is the assumption gonna be? You're connecting somebody's race with a crime that they committed, as if their race had to do with the commission of that crime. That's something that I think we all recognize is problematic, even though it's being able to talk about this stuff is important. But I feel like Anna's kind of like hiding behind that and politicizing it in a way that's just unconscionable. But yeah, I mean, the same kind of thing. The only thing is we don't see that, maybe not as many people see that as problematic when, you know, Anna says by a homeless person, because a lot of people look at homeless people as the problem rather than seeing homelessness as the problem. So in some way that's more accepted. But it shouldn't be. It's completely out of pocket. It's completely unacceptable. And it's really clear what you're doing there. Yeah, Christy Z, that's how Anna framed it. See, so I was wondering, like, what is it like to be like to buy into the framing of TYT and Ana Kasparian, and yeah, then you might think, oh, Emma said that it was bougie to have a problem with being punched in your face. What a weird thing to say. Yeah, that would be a weird thing to say if she had said it. But yeah, no, Anna's just completely, she's lost it. She's lost it. Oh my God. This really bugs me. Like the fact that the fact that Anna's able to convince people that she did nothing wrong. Because I feel like I've seen people do this before. Like wrap up something fucked up that they're doing in their own personal trauma, and then try to gaslight you into thinking that if you got a problem with that, you're against them talking about their trauma. That's one of the grossest things that I've ever seen, and the people that do that are some of the grossest people that I've ever had to deal with. Polymarket is Gamba. Yeah, I don't even understand. Is it? There's some kind of like there's like a twist to it, right? Busy Day on Twitter says winners and losers. I guess I've been trying not to read Twitter, but it's become important. It's become so important that I skipped right over looking at who's winning in the poll right now, and it looks like it's Cavernacle versus Ethan Klein. So we're going to be talking about Ethan Klein today. He has fully gone after Matt Lieb of Bad Hasbara and, you know, Frogan, but I mean, what's new? Like, Ethan's always going after Frogan is like the arch in it. The way that Ethan talks about Frogan, you would think that Frogan was like the big bad of some anime or something. That Frogan's like the number, like fucking Dio Brando. Frogan's like stopping time. But yeah, so Ethan is going after after Matt Lieb's job. So I didn't know this actually, but it turns out that Matt Lieb works for Mythical what is it called? Mythical Morning. What is the Mythical Morning show? This Mythical Morning, One Mythical Morning. I was on stream today and we were talking about this as a form of misusing therapy speak. Excuse my behavior. I have trauma. Oh my God. Yeah. If I could count the number of times I've heard some iteration of that, Emily, then I'd be able to count very high indeed. What is the show called? Good Mythical Morning. Thank you. Jesus Christ. I couldn't think like I thought like I know this show. I know Link and Rat. They have made me laugh many a times. Good Mythical Morning. Yeah, I didn't know this about Matt Lieb. I mean, obviously he's been around in terms like, you know, he didn't take, you know, a lot of time to like ramp up his content quality. Ethan and Gila dressed up as good mythical. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Do they know Link and Rhett? Where are these Ana simps coming from? Are these MAGAs? These have got to be MAGAs. See, this is the whole thing with TYT. Okay, let me tell you, all right? I have decided TYT needs to go the way of the dinosaurs. They are dinosaurs. But this is a critical time because they are right now dancing with one foot on either side of the fence. And the whole meta is that we need to pull their progressive support out from under them before their MAGA support gets under them. Now, I don't think they're very appealing to MAGA, even with the amount that they're kissing up, but there is a certain novelty that somebody being like, well, I was on the left until I realized the left was crazy, and then they tried to cancel me, and it was terrible. You know, you get love bombed by conservatives, but long term, you're Dave Rubin to them. Once that story's played out, there's no point, right? And I want to get them to where there's no point faster. So, like I said, there's another thread from the Vanguard. I don't know what kind of drama that might have spawned. God, I'm just gonna have to open up a new Twitter.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, so I think we got what we need. I think it's this one. This is the other clip that we need to watch.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk and Ana Kasparian, all back in the studio here, Parley Market Studios in LA.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look.
Oh, Cenk. Wait a minute. Sorry, Cenk is what's trending. Anna's not trending. Cenk is trending.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk and Ana Kasparian, all back in the studio here, Parley Market Studios in LA.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look, the last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Polymarket.
He put some money into Polymarket. It's not a fucking piggy bank, Cenk. It's not a fucking piggy bank. He put some money into there. You know, apparently he was somehow...
Right, so that people are holding that against us. Now, I didn't know that.
People are holding that against you.
When we did the deal, but doesn't matter.
No, I'm sure it has nothing to do with your fucking rightward swing.
I'm gonna say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why? Okay, Peter Thiel also financed PayPal. Did anybody ever use PayPal? If you did, guilty. Okay, hold on. Okay, Peter Thiel also financed Facebook. Did anybody ever use Facebook? I know Emma did, because she used to make videos for us on Facebook.
So being straight up sponsored by a gambling site
Emma,
run by Peter Thiel is the same as using PayPal.
I can't believe you work with Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel funded organization Facebook. Hey, give me all that money back from all of your videos on Facebook, because Peter
I'm sorry, did she get sponsored by Facebook? What the fuck are you talking about, Cenk?
Thiel financed Facebook. You gonna do that? No, you're not gonna do that, right? So it's just a piece of propaganda that they're using against us.
I don't give a shit, okay? I don't care at all. I'm here, I'm speaking my truth.
Well, my favorite is when Anna and Cenk just like step over each other to be able to shit on whoever they're going after. She is irate. He always sounds like a buffoon. Yeah, he's good at that. We're in Polymarket Studios. Oh my God, Dwight, that's almost like the... That is almost like the Charlemagne the God segment that the TYT put up recently. They need to come up with a name for Cenk and Ana. One foot in the grave, other on the banana peel. H3 had Good Mythical Morning as a guest once, but they don't really know them. Yeah, well, so the problem is that the first thing that Ethan does when anybody, I feel like, has anything to do with Frogan, like the shit that he's trying to pull on Frogan is wild. It's like that anybody that touches Frogan, Ethan's gonna figure out like the worst thing he could possibly do to them. And what he's figured out with Matt Lieb is to try to threaten his job at Good Mythical Morning, mentioning specifically that they are a risk-adverse podcast that tries to cultivate as much of a sort of neutral image as possible. He's basically, yeah, well, I mean, you'll see. Frogan is in control of the deep state. Yeah, Frogan is full on powerful. He thinks that being loud is how you reach the right-wingers. He's just trying to be a strongman, but it comes off as annoying. BCat K is talking about Cenk's imitation of people clutching. Does he literally? He does like a literal pearl clutch, doesn't he? You know, chat, for some reason, the first thing I think of when I think of pearl clutch is Minecraft. But no, we're talking about like you're a rich person and you're scandalized by the ill manners that you've witnessed So you clutch your pearls. Is that what he does? He goes like this, sort of, right? Speaking my truth, yeah. It's full on grift now. Did you think I was saying Rogan? It's a one letter difference, but we're talking about Frogan. Oh my god, he's extra like Alex Jones. He acts out the clutching of the pearls. He really is. He really is. So yeah, anyway, what's winning in the bonus content? Looks like Cavernacle versus Ethan Klein stays winning for now at 42%. We got Bad Empanada ends Loner Box this entire career at 26%. We have What If Alt Hiss Mouse Utopia down at 17%, and only 15% of you want more TYT tent. So 115 of you have voted so far. You can still vote. You still have time to vote. That's one of the things that determines what kind of bonus content that we get. The other thing is that when you donate, whether it's a super sticker, a super chat, whether you're giving a membership or you are getting yourself a membership, whether you're signing up for my Patreon or you're contributing to the Throne link, or if you are on Twitch subbing up to help support the show now that Twitch has demonetized all political content, right? The only way we stay on Twitch is through your continued support. So that any of that allows you to put your money where your mouth is. What I mean is that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics tickles your fancy, which of these topics sparks joy in you, which of these topics is which of these topics are you feeling today, basically, and I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and making it more likely that it'll win, making it more likely that we'll get bonus content at all, because that only happens if the dono goal goes from 0% to 100%. Twitch said no more Hassans. Cenk and Ana take the mildest critiques as deadly insults. React accordingly. They should be deeply embarrassed. Yeah, this is seriously... Frog Rogan, her channel that... Did she name her channel because it's like Frogger plus Rogan? That's an interesting idea, but I don't think so. Messed out how Ethan specifically tries to go after people's income. That's his first inclination. Ethan is off the rails. Matt Lieb is the sweetest man. I watched him on Good Mythical Morning. I didn't know. So he's actually on the show. Yeah, a lot of people confused about Frogan. You're not the only one. Like, oh my gosh, chat. You want another thumbnail story? I mentioned that today's topic involved Frogan, and I think it sounded like Rogan to my thumbnail editor. She was like, "Oh, not Joe Rogan? No, Rogan." It sounds so similar. It's so close. We almost had a Joe Rogan thumbnail, is what I'm saying. If they're demonetizing political streams, they're saying no more Hassans. Yeah, I mean, it's wild because they are still making a lot of money off of Hassan, but essentially, yeah, I mean, it's like the only way that a political stream is supported on Twitch now is when people get, subs, right? When people get subs, when people throw bits their way. Otherwise, it is just, for free. And it's kind of like, when it costs extra to stream to Twitch and to YouTube, there's only so long that somebody can do that. So been spiraling ever since the first anniversary of October 7th. I feel like I feel like it started, it goes back longer, maybe. Oh wait, I was supposed to look at Hank Thompson says, I helped start the union at TYT to try to get health insurance and paid days off. My coworkers shared my opinion. With full-time video editing work should come benefits. Cenk did not agree. Oh my God, Hank, I got a story about video editing, okay? As difficult as it is to keep up like a full-time streaming schedule, which is it's soul-crushing work, chat. No. That's a meme. That's a meme. It's soul-sucking work, I think is the meme actually. But editing, whenever I do that, editing fucking takes it out of me. Because I put my heart and soul into a video, right? I like live in that video for anywhere between, I don't know, 16 and 48, 72 hours. And afterwards, I'm not the same. It tires me out like nothing else. Okay, so here it is, NLRB, the NLRA that he was forced to post by the NLRB. This is in the documentary, by the way. Surf's chiming in. This is just like watching wrestling at this point. Cenk ran a political campaign and accepted donations on the premise that, in his words, Donald Trump is a fascist. A few months ago, Sam Seder has said repeatedly he'll host or go on the show to discuss the issues. He'll host, meaning he would invite Cenk Uygur over. It took me a second to be like, no, he's not offering to host the TYT. He's saying Cenk can come on his show. He'll go on Cenk's show. Sam Seder doesn't much care. Battle Axe Boogie, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub to get us started on the bonus goal. Look at that. So look at that. It creeps up to 3%. And remember, you can let me know in the comments. Actually, don't do it in the comments. Let me know in the chat which of the topics that we are covering today, which the possibilities. Again, we have Bad Empanada ends Lonerbox's career. Cavernacle versus Ethan Klein. What if alt his Mouse Utopia? More TYT tent. These are your options. You can also say Vox Populi if you feel like you've had enough of money in politics, if you've had enough of people distorting and twisting the will of the people with their donations. Now, it doesn't always happen, but yesterday, votes decided. Votes, votes and donos, but right, it was the thing that got voted for the most that won. Sometimes it's not. And if you feel like that might be getting too much, you can always say, what if Vox Populi? And what you're going to do there is you're going to reinforce the will of the people and de-emphasize the donors' effect on this all. So wouldn't it be nice if you could do that in politics? But yeah, Cavernacle versus Ethan is winning. Bad Empanada is in second place. What if alt his Mouse Utopia is in third place, and more TYT tent is in fourth place. Their websites no longer say home of the progressives. I mean, it's about time. Oh, nice. I would take you up on that offer. I mean, if you got time. I'm a DaVinci user. I'm sure you can guess why, Hank. There's one big advantage to DaVinci that some people know. It's brutal. I'm really good at it, but honestly, I hate it. What is up with Twitch today? Omega Star with starting a hype train. First of all, there's a hype train. Omega Star gifting Lemon Wizard a sub, and also gifting Civic Folly 86 a sub. Lemon Wizard and Civic Folly, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Also, Battle Axe Boogie, Boogie. I'm sorry, why did I say boogie? Is it a boogie like a booger? Is that how you say booger in British slang? A boogie. Anyway, he's flicking a boogie. Ew. Chat, I just grossed myself out. But yeah, no, Twitch has got a hype train going. And that puts us to 15% of the dono goal. So yeah, like I said, if we get 100% by the end of the stream tonight, we'll watch some bonus content. That could be Bad Empanada, that could be Cavernacle, that could be What If Alt Hissed, that could be more TYT tent. We're gonna see some more, we're gonna do a little bit more TYT, I think, before this stream is over. But I think the first thing is first that we gotta get to. And that is, unfortunately, this guy right here. He's back, chat. He's not just a bad dream. He's gonna be the reality in a very short time, and I'm not looking forward to it. I am not looking forward to it. But yeah, he said some wild shit. This is where he talks about annexing Canada. And like, I wish I was kidding. I wish this was a joke. It feels like a joke, doesn't it? It's not. It's not. This guy's gonna have power. And he's got no guardrails either. And I don't think the media is like holding him accountable. It feels like they're all trying to make a deal with him. It feels like they're all jockeying for position on his golf club. On his Arnold Palmer. Donald Trump to annex Mexico and Canada as U.S. states? Question mark. All right, we're about to let it rip here. Let it rip on the Trump tent. My favorite guy in the universe. The late, great Hannibal Lecter himself. Yo, Hype Train level 1 achieved. Omegastar, thank you for the 200 bits. It's boogie like shit. Yeah, like boogie. I don't know why I said boogie. I'm sorry. I'm like being mean to chatters, and I'm not even trying to. Right? That's like, it's boogie. You know, I didn't want to say boogie though because of the YouTuber, but couldn't let it go. Oh my god. Well, you got us to level 2. It's on level 2 now. You got 4 minutes to get more emotes if anybody's gonna get themselves a sub, if anyone's going to donate a sub, if anyone's going to throw down some bits, this is the time to do it because you'll get extra. I think you get extra emotes for this if you hit the goals. I don't know. Twitch is weird. Twitch is truly strange, but not as strange as YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts is the ultimate down the rabbit hole type experience. And we're about to jump down that rabbit hole again. That is actually what I'm waiting for here. Wait, that and pressing buttons. Button is good. And button is also good. And here's the last button. Donald Trump, it's been a long time since we saw you. Yeah, I've been kind of ignoring this guy since his election. But one thing that you can't ignore is the reality that on January 20th, this guy takes over. And he takes over in a way that is going to be unprecedented. He honestly did not do much except sit and watch TV throughout his first presidency. He was not. There were people, there were adults in the room. There were people, not good people, but people that had an interest in the continued existence and welfare of the United States of America and the people that live there. They had a base level of concern for that sort of thing, and they didn't let him touch any third rails. So he has systematically gone through and eliminated anyone who might tell him no. Tell him don't do the thing. Don't do the spicy thing. Don't annex Mexico. Don't annex Canada. Don't start a trade war. Don't start a world war. There's nobody left. There's nobody left. The inmates have taken over the asylum, and that is what this administration will bring. So yeah, with that stated, let's take a look at his interview on Meet the Press. This is where he first introduces the idea of giving the United States a little elbow room. A little, I don't know, was there like a German word for this? Little living space, so to speak, by maybe just making it a little bit bigger. You know, we got countries to the north and the south. What if those were just states? What if those were just states? Let's find out.
Welcome back to Meet the Press.
Welcome back, Mr. President-elect. Aren't you so glad to be? We're so happy to have you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man. That's gonna fucking tear the world apart.
For being here. You are the first president since Grover Cleveland to win non-consecutive terms. Republicans now
Wait, I thought it was Garfield. Is it not? Is it Grover Cleveland?
have control of the House
Oh yeah, it would be, right?
and the Senate.
Right.
What do you plan to accomplish?
You're gonna have control of the House and the Senate. Aren't you excited? You're a big boy, Donald. That's gonna be super fun for you to play with those toys. You almost went to prison. You almost had to, for the first time in your life, be held responsible for a criminal action that you fucking did, and you got out of it, Donald. You beat the system, right? You're above the law now. What are you gonna do?
In your first 100 days in office?
Well, we're going to do something with the border, and very strong, very powerful. That'll be
We do the weave.
first signal, and a first signal to America that we're not playing games. We have people coming in by the millions, as you know, and a lot of people.
I believe it's a record. Isn't it a record low border crossings?
Shouldn't be here. Most of them shouldn't be here, but we have jails being emptied into our country. We have mental institutions.
We have Hannibal Lecter. Please just tell me about Hannibal Lecter, right? You talked about Hannibal Lecter the whole campaign. Do not leave the man behind now that you've been reelected as president. Do not leave him in the dust. Like Trump, Hannibal Lecter made you. You owe to Hannibal Lecter. He's one of your oldest supporters, and he's one of your strongest supporters. And if you're going to name somebody as the chef to the White House, why not him? Why not a man whose culinary tastes are impeccable?
From all over the world being emptied into our country. So we'll be doing that. We're going to be extending within that period, or as soon as we can, the Trump tax cuts. Because, you know,
I feel like he's hiding. He's bearing the lead here. All right. The first thing they're going to do, the thing that they've already started to do, is they're going to take the song YMCA and make it heterosexual. YMCA is now a heterosexual anthem. It's a heterosexual banger, so to speak. It's about heterosexual lifestyle at the YMCA. It's about young men. And what does our society need to do more than reach out and care about young men and their epidemic of loneliness? They can overcome that loneliness at the YMCA through strictly heterosexual means. I assure you, there is nothing non-heteronormative going on down at the YMCA. It is all on the up and up, as they say.
their coming due, and they're very substantial for people. And it would be very, I think it will anger a lot of people, frankly, if we don't get an extension of that. That's what led us to one of the greatest economies ever.
The tax cuts. Yeah, we got to make sure that the millionaires' tax cuts get extended, because they will piss down money on you as long as they get enough, as long as their sacrifice is met, as long as we're able to cut enough social programs that you were counting on for your retirement, for your healthcare, etc., 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 right? In order to satisfy them, then they'll make it rain. They'll piss down your back.
And those two things are going to be very vital, very important. We're going to be focusing on crime in the cities, and we'll work with Democrat governors. Most of them are, as you know, if you look at the 25 worst places, they're just about all Democrat-controlled cities and states. And we're going to be working with Democrat governors and Democrat mayors. And I look forward to doing it. But we have to do something about crime, and mostly.
Joe, that's an excellent question. Right now, I've already sort of spoiled it for you by telling you that one of the things he says in this interview is that he floats the idea of Mexico and Canada as the 45th, yes, I know how many states there are, 51st and 52nd states, respectively. So if that's true, then why does he need to deport? Like, why would he need to deport people from Mexico?
And we're going to have a lot of other things. We'll be working on nominations. We're going to still be working on some nominations. I think they're going very well. We have, for the most part, I think they're going extremely well. It looks like Peter's doing well now. I mean, people were a little bit concerned. He's
our essayer. He may be an essayer, but he's our essayer.
Young guy with...
he's a young guy with a lot of spunk. Oh, no.
A tremendous track record, actually. Went to
oh, yeah, he's definitely got a track record.
Princeton and went to Harvard. He was a good student at both. But
he left a trail of abuse behind him.
The military, and I think people are starting to see it. So we'll be working on his nomination along with a lot of others.
We are going to delve into your nominations, but since you bring him up, do you still have confidence in Pete Hegseth?
Yes, I do. I really do. He's a very smart guy. I've known him.
The thing that the Republicans do is that for every flawed candidate, for every flawed nominee that they give in on, that's just like a complete shit show. For every Matt Gaetz there is, they've got to do like a Kavanaugh. They got to do somebody that should be jettisoned, that should be dropped, and just like hold on to him with diamond hands and refuse to, and just, you know, shove your fingers in your ears and deny. Right? That's they've got to do it almost like as a matter of principle. It's almost like they see it as a way of showing their strength and toughness, that they're it's not even about, you know, like they could get somebody else besides Hegseth that would be just as bad as Hegseth and doesn't have his track record, so to speak, right? They could easily get somebody like that, but they don't want to because it looks weak.
Through Fox, but I've known him for a long time.
It's like the way that it's almost a sign of dominance over the American people that they can gaslight you into a Kavanaugh, into a Hegseth, into a Clarence Thomas, we might say.
And he's basically a military guy. I mean, every time I talk to him.
Yeah, so I mean, when I mentioned Clarence Thomas, we realized that this is not a new thing for the Republicans. They've absolutely done this as far back as H.W. Bush.
What to talk about is the military. He's a military guy. I used to kid him about it. I didn't think he would be in this position where he may be, hopefully will be Secretary of Defense. But every time I was with him, he was fighting for soldiers, where he said some soldier was unjustly put in prison because they were really doing what they were taught to do, in some cases. So
war crimes, of course, yes.
Yeah, I think he's going to do fine.
The fact that there are these allegations against him, misconduct, sexual misconduct, heavy drinking, the fact that he said to some senators reportedly he'll stop drinking if he gets this job.
Yeah.
Does that work?
If he gets the job.
No, I think that everybody has something that they can stop. Some people can stop eating. I'm lucky I'm not a drinker, but I could stop eating, and we all.
You could stop eating. You could, and then after a certain number of days, you would shed your mortal coil. You could stop drinking. You could stop breathing. Yes, but these things would all result in your eventual death. That's true. This is as opposed to stopping drinking, which is, I don't want to minimize how difficult it can be, if somebody's dealing with addiction, but would ostensibly, if done successfully, result in good health effects as opposed to negative ones like dying. I don't know, Donald. It kind of sounds like the exact opposite. What are you talking about? What is bro talking about? Okay, so now, chat, I gotta put up my concern first and foremost, okay? This guy is not okay. He has not been okay for a long time. Okay people do not talk about fucking Hannibal Lecter. Okay people do not lose themselves in the weave, right? He is on his way out, mentally, if not physically as well. And that means that probably sooner than later, we will be facing the prospect of a President J.D. Vance, which really means, by the transitive property of the fact that this guy is a puppet, that we'll have President Peter Thiel. And it could not get much worse than that. You think the Polymarket studio is bad? Wait until we have the United States of America brought to you by Polymarket.
Stop doing something, and if he said that, I mean, it's a nice thing to say. That's a good thing to say. But
what?
He's very respected. I can tell you, I know a lot of the people at Fox. They think he's fantastic, and the people that work with him.
So as we found out from David Frum, maybe his lifestyle of day drinking is not. Is maybe the norm rather than the exception at Fox News. But we can't say that. That's why we had to kick. Oh God, Chad, I haven't shown you that yet. Should I show you that?
Really, they love him. So I think you're going to have somebody that's really terrific. And again, all he talked about with me, I said, you're not really a television guy, even though he did very well, as you know. You're really a military guy. He said, I'm all about the military. And I told him.
He's all about it.
So he's making a lot of money at Fox. They're doing very well. And I said, if for some reason you don't get this thing, you're not going to be able to go back. And all that money you're making, you can kiss it goodbye. He said, this is all about America. He didn't say, well, let me think about it. Let me discuss it. That's a very big, risky thing he's doing. When he goes and he says, I'm going to give up, millions of dollars in order to possibly become the Secretary of Defense. A lot of people would say it's a great position. It's probably almost no greater position, but a lot of people would say, I have to think about it. He said, I don't have to think about it.
All right, we're going to delve into your cabinet picks a little bit later, but I want to delve into one of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States' three biggest trading partners. Economists of all stripes.
Yeah, 45% of trade. We're talking about Canada, Mexico, and China. That accounts for 45%. But before we get to that, let's take a look. I think this might.
I don't know how I missed this yesterday. I did a video about the Morning Joe show yesterday, about them having ejected David Frum from the show, and him subsequently writing an op-ed or an article in The Atlantic about fear, about capitulation, about fear being contagious, but courage also being infectious, I think is how he put it. And what I missed was yesterday, likely while I was recording that video, Morning Joe went on a freak out rant, screaming at his audience, screaming might be a little harsh, but attacking the audience with a raised voice, belittling them for not knowing enough about the media.
Crap, chat. Like, this is, so he's not going over
Extraordinary developments in media.
He's not going over the David Frum thing. I'm trying to remember, did Breaking Points do this? I think this is
At
it.
the same time, there have been some extraordinary developments in media. Donald Trump's election prompting some to think they should just quit. One of them is HBO's Bill Maher. You can.
And we don't care about him. Like, yeah, he was talking to Jane Fonda and he said he might quit. He said, what's the point? I've been through this Trump thing once before. All right, so we're going to skip that if that's okay.
Everybody, I called him a con man before that. Bro, they've been calling Donald Trump a con man since 1978. Like, none of that
they've been
is
right the
original.
whole time.
What he called him, Cheeto Jesus, Orange Man. This is not a center-left figure who's like constantly calibrating where he can be contrarian, but also of Amy Klobuchar.
Talking about Maher.
Religious when I was a kid. He did a lot.
Yeah, enough Maher.
Which is like, these woke young people, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, all right, you know, of regulars. So David Frum apparently went on the show.
Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. All right, so this is Morning Joe. I'm assuming that most people in my audience do not watch Morning Joe. It is the morning show. I think they are there for 4 hours. It's like a 4-hour hangout of, it's so weird. It's so bizarre.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
The underlying dynamic seems kind of like a frat house, but imagine if the frat house was presided over by like the president of the fraternity and his wife, right? It's like a frat house with a mom and a dad. I don't know. It's so weird. It's so hard to explain. But yeah, no, it's like, you know, Joe Scarborough and Mike Barnacle and just like all their super establishment figures from the right and the left. They're very centrist, right? Joe Scarborough was a Republican, but very much hates Trump. Mika Brzezinski is the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski, a huge figure in foreign policy going back to like the Carter administration at least. And so, you know, she's sort of, I don't know, political royalty, so to speak. You know, she comes from a dynasty. Let's just put it that way. So they're very, very establishment figures. Now, during this election, despite having helped to build Trump up to the stature that got him elected in the first place, despite you know, covering his campaign a lot, they've gone very anti-Trump, and to the point where they were talking about the revelations from Trump's generals that he had spoken well of fascists and fascism in confidence to them, and they came out with a warning. So Joe and Mika, you know, rightly blow the whistle, and then when Trump wins, it gets a little uncomfortable, and they realize that they can't leave that bridge burned. So they go to Mar-a-Lago for a meeting with the Trumpster himself. Anyway, this is David Frum that they had on that week. So I mean, that's the background. It's a couple of establishment libs that, you know, were very much pro-Kamala, very much anti-Trump, and that are now trying to kind of pretend that that never happened. So here's David Frum coming on to talk about Trump's nominees, including Pete Hegseth.
And made some spicy comments about Fox News. We can put this tear sheet up on the screen of him explaining how all of this went down. The headline here is "The Sound of Fear on Air." It's an ominous sign that Morning Joe felt it had to apologize for something I said. So in any case, they were talking about Pete Hegseth.
The one thing I can't find in terms of video for you, though, is the actual segment itself. And I wonder if MSNBC might have scrubbed this from the internet. Again, David Frum was on their show, and he makes a comment on Fox News and on Hegseth about the atmosphere, really, the environment, let's just say, at Fox News.
And all of the allegations against him. Some of the latest allegations are, you know, per some folks at Fox say that they were concerned about his drinking, that he would show up and they could smell alcohol on him, et cetera, et cetera. So he says, and I quote, "Let's take all the drinking, all the sex pesting, subtract any knowledge of defense, subtract any leadership, and there is your next Secretary of Defense for the 21st century. If you're too drunk for Fox News, you're very, very drunk indeed." So, you know, this is all kind of par for the course for what Morning Joe used to be,
right,
in the tenor of the dialogue that you would expect. And apparently David Frum had already been warned in his ear about, like, his tone or being a little bit too edgy, et cetera. And then he goes on, he says this, and then Mika feels the need to come on air after they've dismissed David Frum, who's now apparently...
So they kick him off the show.
Too edgy for the show, and says...
David Frum is even more boring than Morning Joe. David Frum is like an establishment neocon. He's kind of like I mean, vaguely on the other side from Morning Joe, but because they're both anti-Trump, you know, and they both have been or are Republicans, they're very close together. There's not a lot of daylight between a David Frum, and honestly, there's not a lot of difference between neocons and neo-libs. So, I mean, that's what you've got there. And from making a comment, not just about Pete Hegseth, who is, you know, slotted to be the Secretary of Defense under Trump, but also from about Fox News, right? Now you wonder why Fox News. Fox News is their competitor. Why would Morning Joe be concerned about their relationship with Fox News?
A little bit earlier in this block, there was a comment made about Fox News in our coverage about Pete Hegseth and the growing number of allegations about his behavior over the years. The comment was a little too flippant for this moment that we're in. We just want to make that comment as well. We want to make that clear. We have differences in coverage with Fox News, and that's a good debate that we should have often. But right now, I just want to say there's a lot of good people who work at Fox News who care about Pete Hegseth, and we will want to leave it at that. So obviously,
so the guy that's done SA to who knows how many women, he's the victim here, right? How could you do that to poor Pete Hegseth? How could you make his day drinking a hurdle to him becoming Secretary of Defense? How dare you? How dare you? This is Trump's guy.
But now they're a freaking communist invading radical.
David Frum, you communist invading radical. What do you think you're doing?
Sagar, this comes on the heels of them making their sojourn down to Mar-a-Lago and having literally on that day, in the next hour, they lost, 40% of their audience in a time when, you know, over the course of a morning show, your audience is supposed to build and build and build. Instead of building, 40% dropped off. MSNBC overall has lost something like half their audience. They are already, have already announced they're spinning off MSNBC along with a bundle of other cable news channels. NBC is staying at Comcast, so they're not going to have, the journalism of NBC. They said this is going to be like a well-funded startup, not music to the ears of people who are making, each of them, I think, make $10 million a year. Each of them.
Must be nice.
Each of them.
Good gig.
And they're watching. I mean, they're really in kind of a tail.
Yeah, and it's a real question. Like a network like MSNBC, like how long can they sustain those kinds of salaries?
Spin here, which I think comes out.
These are very much dinosaurs of legacy media.
In their reaction, which happened just this morning, thank you to our producers for getting this clip cut so that we could react to it, where they're now responding to David Frum and, the fact that he's calling them out for basically being, I guess, terrified or capitulating or whatever it is that they're doing. Let's take a listen to how Joe and Mika responded.
And again, chat, sorry that I have to give you this through breaking points. From what I can tell, MSNBC has scrubbed the clip of David Frum describing Fox News as a environment in which drunkenness is accepted and commonplace, right? And that Pete Hegseth was an outlier even from that permissive culture, meaning that his problem with drinking is severe even by Fox News standards, right? That's what got him kicked off. And here they come to. I think this is after having kicked him off when they're noticing their ratings dropping. This is their reaction.
This got turned into a column and a headline that said that, well, let's see, what was the headline? The sound of fear. No, that wasn't the sound of fear. That was the sound.
It's a smell of fear.
And saying that Mika had apologized. Mika didn't apologize.
No, I didn't.
She simply said, it was too flippant. Now, I would recommend that if we're at a stage where a comment like this causes a meltdown, and I saw George Conway, another guy we have on the show, and we love George, saying, read this article, it's going to make you very sad, but you must read it all. Oh, because of the fearful times we're in. Well, there's some problem with the times that we're in.
You can't be fearful.
If you can't be fearful, just because some people have said that we're fearful, let me tell you something. You can talk to anybody that's worked in the front office of NBC and MSNBC over the past 22 years. I'll tell you, I'm not fearful. You talk to anybody who served with me in Congress, they will tell you, not.
I thought he was going to say combat.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I gotta tell you, this man strikes me as a man with very soft hands that wants you to think that his hands are very rough.
Fearful of leadership. The main complaint was that we called Donald Trump's rhetoric fascist during the campaign. And then we went down to have an off-the-record comment with him. Guess who else?
You had mimosas with Donald.
Let me see. From the New York Times,
The New York
Washington
Times,
Post, the
Washington-
Wall Street. You know what? I even think folks from the Atlantic.
I think
I think they might be doing that.
If they
Is it just me, or are they giving Cenk and Ana? This is wow. This is the neo-lib version of Cenk and Ana.
have a chance to talk on the background with the incoming president and president-elect, they would do it. In fact, as somebody wrote during this outrageously stupid, immature series of articles that lied time and time again about us, reporter said, well, I'd be fired if I had the opportunity to go in and talk to somebody who's the incoming president of the United States.
You should be fired, Joe. Your ratings are down the tube. Nobody trusts you anymore. And you're yelling at your audience. But guess what? They already left. And now you're yelling at the ones that are still there. Now you're yelling at the people who did put up with your hypocritical bullshit. Yeah, no, these two are going down the tube, and it's. I gotta say, I'm a Morning Joe hater. I've hated Morning Joe for a really, really, really long time. This is satisfying. This downfall is so good. Now, look, I feel like I wish that corporations, in this case, the corporation would behave in its own financial interest and just stop the bleeding by eliminating these contracts, right? I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think these two are going to have a very, very soft landing. I think that they are integrated with the social world of the people who would make the final decision about their, hiring or summary firing, which is what the network would do if it was truly concerned with its bottom line. But no, they're gonna spend more money to fucking let them down easy, help their feelings.
They didn't do it. Ask any journalist at the New York Times, the New York Post.
Joe.
Insufferable. What an insufferable weasel.
Joe. You are not a journalist. You are a group of people who loves to just suck up to power. Like, these were the people who were the Biden whisperers. And we see where that got, the side of the aisle they were supposed to be assisting with. They were people who were...
Okay, anyway, so that's the story about Morning Joe, just for reference. Let's get back to the Donald Trump interview.
Say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can
it.
you guarantee American...
But yeah, I mean, that's what I'm seeing from a lot of journalists. Now, look, Morning Joe is going to be more strident than like the host of Meet the Press, right? There's certain kinds of journalists that are expected to stay neutral, appear neutral, no matter what. Joe Scarborough is not. But I mean, that makes it more pronounced, the turn that you're going to see. But I also see a turn in journalists like this. I also see a deference that is being showed to this man that I think comes from nothing other than the sound of fear, the smell of fear, right? They're shitting their pants. They're shitting their pants because there's no guardrail, and the president does have the ability to affect things like the media. The president, if they push it and if all the guardrails are gone, the president can affect a whole lot of things in a very, very negative way, right? So instead of standing up to the most corrupt administration in the history of the country, you're seeing the supposedly liberal media cower in supplication and kiss the ring of a person that's done nothing but con people since the day that he rolled out of his father's mansion.
Families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow, but I can
Ooh, slippery.
say that
That you are going to be paying more. You are going to be paying more. That's what he said. I'm sorry. Let me translate. And in case any of you have trouble understanding this man, which I can totally understand, he is hard to understand, and he does the weave. He is saying here that ordinary Americans are going to pay more money because of his tariffs, because of his trade war, after having voted for this man in no small part because the prices of goods that you need to survive are too high, because the prices, the rent for apartments is too high, because housing in this country is unattainable. These were major factors in Trump's election, and he is just about to, he's saying, and no one, well, like, I mean, watch.
Can you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee that. No, I can't guarantee that ordinary Americans won't pay more. Says the guy that just got elected because Americans were tired of paying too much. They're going to pay more now. He literally does not give a fuck about you. You are an ant to him, and he's getting ready to step on you to enrich himself and his billionaire friends, many of whom he has empowered to run the fucking government. Also, this asshole could stay out of prison. Americans are going to suffer for his escape of justice.
Can't guarantee tomorrow, but I can say that if you look at just pre-COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I had a lot of tariffs on a lot of different countries, but in particular China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, you lost a trade war. You going to do that again? Yes, of course.
In fact, when I handed it over, they didn't have inflation for a year and a half. They went almost 2 years.
Almost like it's a lagging indicator. I don't know.
Just based on what I had created. And then they created inflation with energy and with spending too much. So I think we will. I'm a big believer in tariffs. I think tariffs.
I'm sorry, but if you saw a graph of the U.S. deficit under Trump, you would see a sharp increase. And look, there should be during COVID. And it's actually not a big deal. The United States borrowing money essentially gets it back more money on the other end. If it's used in a way that is beneficial, to the United States people and to the economy, it's not a bad thing. And especially in a situation like COVID, where something like the stimulus is needed for people to get through that situation.
So the most beautiful word, I think they're.
But the other thing that you need to understand is that when the capitalist government sends you a stimulus check, that is a sign that the capitalist system does not work. And if you were left in a libertarian free market hellhole, you would drop like a rock. Because at the end of the day, capitalism is not there to take care of you. It's there to take care of the billionaires.
Beautiful. It's going to make us rich. We're subsidizing Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year. We're subsidizing.
Here we go.
For almost $300 billion. We shouldn't be subsidizing. Why are we subsidizing these countries? If we're going to subsidize them, let them become a state.
Now, chat, do you think that his writers wrote that for him? Do you think that was like a planned thing that he was like, oh yeah, I want to hit this point about Canada and Mexico becoming states? Or do you think that he ad-libbed that one? It could go either way as far as I'm concerned.
We're subsidizing Mexico, and we're subsidizing Canada, and we're subsidizing...
And they're eating the dogs.
...all over the world. And all I want to do is I want to have a level, fast, but fair playing field.
Sir, your previous tariffs during your first administration cost Americans some $80 billion, and now you have major companies from Walmart, Black & Decker, AutoZone saying that any tariffs are going to force them to drive up prices for their consumers. How do you make sure that these CEOs, that these companies don't, in fact, pass on the cost of tariffs to their consumers?
They cost Americans nothing. They made a great economy for us. They also solve another problem. If we were going to have problems having to do with wars and having to do with other things, tariffs, I have stopped wars with tariffs by saying, you guys want to fight, it's great, but both of you are going to pay tariffs to the United States at 100%. And they have many purposes, tariffs.
Okay, so here's the deal. Countries don't pay tariffs. And I'll say one more thing. Companies don't pay tariffs at the end of the day. The person paying the tariff is the person buying the item. In other words, people pay tariffs, and it's not people overseas. They're going to pay tariffs that Trump implements. It's you and me in the form of an average of $4,000 more a year than we would have paid in taxes. No, this deal keeps getting worse. This deal keeps getting worse.
Properly used. I don't say you use
It's almost like we elected a con man to the highest office in the country.
like a madman.
And he's bringing in all his corrupt friends to fucking loot and pillage the country. It's almost like that.
I say properly used. But it didn't cost this country anything. It made this country money, and we never really got the chance to go all out. Because we never got, because there were people that were like, that's a bad idea, Mr. President. You will literally wreck the economy. You're already hurting the economy. Fight COVID in the last part. And we did it very successfully. And when I handed it over to Biden, the stock market was higher than what it was just previous to COVID coming in. It was actually higher. Tariffs are properly used, are a very powerful tool, not only economically, but also for getting other things outside of economics.
Well, again, prices did go up on some goods in your first administration, washing machines, tires. Will you punish CEOs?
Let me just explain to you. No. You mentioned washing machines. So you look at Whirlpool in Ohio. I got a call from Jim Jordan, one of the greats, congressman from Ohio.
One of the greats, yeah. And unless you're a student in his in the school that he coached for, and he turns his back on you while you get abused.
And he said, they're going out of business because South Korea and China are dumping washing machines into our country. And I put a 50% tariff on the washing.
So what he's saying, chat, is that he's more concerned with companies than he is with you.
Machines coming in from China and South Korea, and Whirlpool and the companies that made washing machines, which are based in Ohio, largely based in Ohio, went through the roof. We saved thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of jobs. They were all going out of business because they were dumping washing machines. And when I put the tariffs on, they became successful businesses. No, it didn't. Not only didn't it cost people, it made our country stronger and more powerful, and it kept jobs.
But how do you make sure that consumers don't wind up paying more? Will you punish CEOs who try to pass the cost of tariffs on?
I mean, they're already raising. There's reports of people already, companies already raising prices in anticipation of these tariffs. And yeah, whenever there's tariffs or inflation, right? There's a phenomenon known as price gouging occurs, right? There is a recognition that the price of a good or service is going up, and so a extra little rise of the price is not noticed as much, and that's called price gouging. That's them taking advantage of a situation like tariffs, like inflation, like anything that raises the prices on goods, which is what he's talking about doing. the guy that got elected because eggs cost too much, the guy that got elected because rent was too high, is talking about raising the prices
to their customers?
Well, the market's going to take care of it. I mean, actually, the market takes care of it. And if it doesn't, we adjust it somewhat. But in the case of Whirlpool, or let's say companies that made washing machines, they were all being put out of business by the dumping from, in particular, South Korea and China. And when I put the tariffs on, very substantial tariffs, although peanuts compared to what people do to us, what countries do to us, it became a very, very powerful, successful company. Now, let's say I didn't do the tariffs. It would have gone out of business. You would have lost tens of thousands of jobs, and you don't include that in your equation. No, they make a lot of money. I'll go a step further. Tariffs are going to make our country rich. Tariffs are going...
That's not how it works. That's not how it works, right? Tariffs are going to do one of two things. Either they make a good or they make a good unsellable in this country, right? They make it so that it's just not profitable. It's not possible to sell South Korean washing machines, right? Or they are low enough that it's going to just like add cost, right? And if it's low enough that it's just gonna, add some cost to the good to make it competitive, then you're not making much money. And if you're this shouldn't have to be explained. If you've absolutely shut off trade, you're not making money, right? So it's just not a moneymaker like he describes it.
Going to help us pay off $35 trillion in debt. Tariffs are going to make our country safe because China, as an example, doesn't want to play games with us if we're going to do tariffs on them.
Or do they have less to lose if you're doing tariffs on them? I don't know. Think this out, Trump, before the words come out of your mouth.
Play games, and we have a lot of games being played on us right now.
Well, I think, and that takes me to my next question. Yeah. Are you actually going to impose these tariffs, or are they a negotiating tactic?
Well, I'll give you an example. With Canada, and in particular Mexico, we have millions of people pouring into our country. You agree with that? I spoke with both. I spoke with Justin Trudeau. In fact, he flew to Mar-a-Lago within about 15 seconds after the call ended. Yeah. He was at Mar-a-Lago. We were having dinner talking about it. I said, you have to close up your borders because they're coming in the northern border too a lot. Not like the southern border, but they're coming in the Canadian border a lot. And drugs are pouring in. Almost as importantly, drugs are pouring in, maybe more importantly, drugs are pouring in at levels never seen before, 10 times what we had. They're just pouring in. We can't have open borders. And I said to the president of Mexico and to...
the thing about the Trump administration is it starts off with closing the borders to keep others out. And my prediction is it ends with closing the borders to keep you in. When this country turns into a hellhole and you want to get the fuck out, you might not be able to. Because like I said, the guardrails have been removed. And there is no one there is no one keeping us safe at this point. You got a criminal con man as your president now. And he's locking the doors on you. And at the same time, we've got these journalists, right? These resistance assholes that now are like, the best resistance I could offer is just to be really friendly with Trump and say, you're going to do good things, aren't you, Trump? Yes, he says he's going to do good things. You were just kidding about the fascism, right? That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a meme. That was a silly little thing. You didn't mean that. No. We're not going to do anything like that. Authoritarianism, going after your enemies. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Attacking minorities. We're not going to do that. Deporting U.S. citizens? We're not going to do that. No, certainly. That's just like, you know, that was just rhetoric. That was just stuff that you're saying. Ha ha ha. You're not really going to do it, are you? And he just looks at you with those dead fucking eyes. And you know you are fucked. And you know that your resistance didn't amount to shit at the end of the day. Because it's not you that's going to be hurt the worst by this. Yeah, I mean, this is the fucked up thing about these neoliberal journalist shitheads. They don't have as much to lose. And even as that is true, they fear losing access. They fear losing relevance. And they are kissing this guy's ass. It is so fucking disgusting to see this. And I think that's... I don't know, Chad. Is that as much Trump content as I can take? All right, so what has this guy got for us on Joe Scarborough? Let's...
And generally just raging about criticism of his capitulation, his anticipatory obedience to Donald Trump, even before he's taken office. I'm going to share it with you. There's a whole bunch here. It was like a 9.5, 10, 12-minute thing. He may have gone on for as long as maybe 20 minutes about this particular grouping of events, really an airing of grievance from him, while Mika nodded along and acted irritated that she even had to address this to the audience.
But now there are freaking communists.
Here's about a minute and 45 seconds of it, roughly. You'll see the timer. If you've already seen it, you can skip ahead. And then we're going to talk about it, some of the claims, and just his general bad attitude.
Is this what we just watched? I think it is.
And so I understand if you don't know how the media works day in and day out, and you're just like watching this show day in and day out, I understand that you'd be like, wow, okay, man, that's sudden. But for media reporters to lie, to pretend that this is a shock, to try to get clips, for Washington Post reporters and
to try to get clips? Who do you think you are, Hassan?
Say, how dare they go see him after they said he was a fascist? Well, that's exactly what the Washington Post is doing. That's exactly what the Wall Street Journal is doing. That's exactly what the New York Times... Yeah, you know what you call it? You call it their job. And let me say this. Two things. You can do two things at the same time. You can say he had fascist rhetoric and still go in and talk to him.
And still be friendly with him. Yes. You got to get the read of the fascists.
To get the read of...
Yeah. We don't just want to know that he's going to do fascism. We want to know what style of fascism he's going to do. We're going to be there to get you that story.
And EU funding and NATO funding. You know why I went to leaders in the Middle East who were angry at the United States, and I sat there and I listened to them attacking me personally for 45 minutes because of U.S. policy? You know why I do that? To get the read of the leader, to get the read of where the country's going. So I can come back here and talk to you and let you know what the hell is going on.
With context and
give you context.
He sounds like he's going to pass a kidney stone.
And background. You know everybody we have on this show that's a reporter? It's what they do every day. They speak on background.
So he's pushing back against the narrative, the reported narrative from sources within his organization, employees and co-workers of Joe Scarborough, that he was afraid. In fact, here's the headline here from CNN, from Brian Stelter. Look, you can say a lot of things about Brian Stelter. He's kind of a goof.
I always mix him up with that guy that accidentally left his webcam on when he was in a meeting and he was enjoying himself a little too much in front of the webcam. But that's Jeffrey Toobin, right? Okay. Why do I always think it's Brian? No, chat. It's not Brian Stelter that did that.
He does have integrity. This is the headline. Morning Joe meeting with Trump was driven by fears of retribution from incoming administration, sources say. And if you go through, it's multiple people they spoke to within the organization of MSNBC.
Yeah, we're not afraid of anything. They're like, we're not afraid of no hogs.
Who know what's going on there? So he was afraid. They are afraid. They are anticipatory, obedient. let me address a couple things he said there. Look, I understand if you watch this show every single day, you dedicate.
Look, all I gotta say is W. Brian Stelter, okay? That's a phrase I never thought I'd utter, but here we go. Here we go. Huge dub.
Being a patron of this particular program, and you're just such a stupid rube, you don't understand how the media works. I get it, says Joe Scarborough. As he then shifts after insulting his audience to talk about, you know why I went down there? Yeah, we call him, to call out his fascist rhetoric, and then we did go down there to meet him. You know why?
You know why I do that? To get the
I'm a real journalist.
read of the man.
Did you get your read on the man? Joe Scarborough? What reading of the man?
Get your read on the man is one way of describing what Joe Rogan was doing to Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. He was getting the read of the man by glazing him the fuck up.
Did you need Joe Scarborough? What did you not know about Donald Trump prior to the meeting at Mar-a-Lago that you walked away having more knowledge and understanding having read the man? Do you not know enough about Donald Trump and what his machinations
You just size him up.
what his motivations are, what his plan and plot is, what he's scheming for the American public? You didn't know until you met with him, until you looked across the table eye to eye with Donald Trump. You didn't know what he was about? Were you asleep during the...
Look, there's a book, Project 2025. You can read it. If you want to know what his fucking plans are, it's right there. You don't have to go to Mar-a-Lago for that. No, you were going to Mar-a-Lago to kiss his fucking ass.
Administration? Were you asleep during the 2020 campaign? Were you asleep since 2015 until now? Also, let me say this, as someone who is also, like you, not a reporter, you're not that. You're not a reporter. You're not on par with even a Washington Post or a Wall Street Journal.
Jesse Dollamore, I gotta say, I like your energy.
Journalist. You're not that. You're a former Republican congressman turned commentator. You do what I do, except you do it for corporate media.
I think this guy does it better.
You know that. You didn't break any stories. In fact, you didn't come back with the thing you said, I did this so I could come back and report to you. Well, what did you report, Joe? What did you explain to us, the rubes who watch your show? What new information have you ascertained about Donald Trump? Until you tell us, shut up.
Okay, so chat, if you are at all progressive, if you look at shit like Morning Joe and a lot of what you see on MSNBC and you say, like, this does not represent me, right? This is supposedly like the left network, and these fuckers are establishment ass kissers. That it is time that we become the media. It is time that we replace the legacy media. Because these people are going to surrender to Trump. And unfortunately, these fuckers have like a lot more influence and clout, even without as many views as what you're, seeing on an online outlet in terms of their perceived respectability. It's a lot higher. They're able to get indoors a lot easier. That's got to change. That's got to change. These are dinosaurs. MSNBC are dinosaurs, and they are dying the fuck off. And if something does not arise to replace them, you're going to have a very right-wing media ecosystem. Even with MSNBC, the way that they're going, you're going to have a substantially right-shifted media landscape. This is the time. This is the time to rise up, okay?
Quit making excuses for your capitulation, your compliance in advance. You're obeying Donald Trump before he even has a chance to implement the fascism. Your incensed attitude is just for show, brother. You talked a big game when Donald Trump was not in power. You talked a big game when you thought Kamala Harris was going to win the election. But you need to do like some of us are doing and continue the talk. Continue.
Hell yeah, Mozart, man reader.
To rail against the evils that will be brought upon the United.
Look, again, I don't know this much about Jesse Dollemore. I feel like I've seen him do something with Midas Touch. So, you know, most likely he's a fairly, you know, centrist lib. But the Morning Joe, I got a special vendetta against Morning. It's not really a vendetta, chat. I didn't have a Morning Joe didn't do anything to me. I'm massively annoyed by Morning Joe is all.
United States of America when Donald Trump is ultimately in office again. You don't rush to kiss the ring. You don't rush to beg, please lighten the load of retribution, dear leader. You don't obey in advance. And now that you're hemorrhaging viewers, I would assume, you're attacking the people that you claim to be serving so well as a journalist. It's just gross. Tell me if I'm off base, everybody.
Anyway, no, you're not off base, Jesse. I haven't seen a lot of your stuff, but this is pretty based. This is a W, Jesse. So I feel like we're good with this story. Now, should we go back and risk some more of this Trump tent?
Justin Trudeau. If it doesn't,
I mean, like we saw the main. See, the thing is, the second you turn your back on Trump and you're like, no, I'm sure he's not going to say anything weird. He's on you with Hannibal Lecter or something like that. He's blowing a microphone. He's shitting his pants, right? He's gonna. I mean, there's gonna be something in here that, like, you know, he shit himself in the midst of the interview, and the interviewer was just too nice to call it out, and nobody's mentioned it because they're afraid to say the president has got a diarrhea dump in his pants and it is stinking up the press room. It is stinking up Trump Tower. They are afraid to say that the emperor has no clothes except for a diaper, which he just shit. I don't trust the liberal media anymore. What can I say? I feel like they're rolling over and showing their belly to this guy. And they're not going to report when he's.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
When he's taking a poo-poo in his suit there.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now.
Wow, it sounds like people really like it when I talk about poop. So anyway, that's what you came here for. That's the kind of content. When I said Trump tent, right? That's obviously what we meant. Should we sample other sections, like a little?
He probably wouldn't, but if I told him to, he would.
See if we run into anything.
To do that right
No,
now?
I don't.
Okay, let's talk about mass deportation, one of your big agenda items. You've talked about prioritizing people who have criminal histories.
Correct.
But is it your plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Well, I think you have to do it, and it's a very tough thing to do. But you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally. The people that have been treated very unfairly are the people that have been online for 10 years to come into the country. And we're going to make it very easy for people to come in terms of they have to pass the test. They have to be able to tell you what the Statue of Liberty.
So, I mean, he's not going to provide a pathway to citizenship because that was something that the Democrats had offered to the Republicans for years and years and years as a border deal. And that is a deal that they never took.
Yes, they have to tell you.
It was only when Biden caved to the Republicans on the border and essentially asked for nothing in return, just signed on to a Republican plan, that then the Republicans backtracked and decided they didn't want to pass that bill. They didn't want to give Biden a W.
A little bit about our country. They have to love.
So, whatever kind of deal they wanted, whether it's a pathway to citizenship, which he's kind of alluding to here, even though we know that he doesn't support that, he's not gonna do that, or whether it is, a full-scale authoritarian clampdown like the bill that was proposed by Republicans, supported by Trump, and then when Biden supported it, they withdrew their support from, or something worse, because they could do anything that they want. They control all three branches of government. They have corrupted the Supreme Court to the point where it is going to allow Trump to do whatever the fuck that he wants. There's no telling how bad it could get, is what I'm saying.
Country. They can't come out of prisons. We don't want people that are in for murder. So we had 11,000
Okay.
with a plan, but the Democrats have made it very, very difficult to do anything. Republicans are very open to the Dreamers. The Dreamers, we're talking many years ago, they were brought into this country, many years ago. Some of them are no longer young people. And in many cases, they become successful. They have great jobs. In some cases, they have small businesses. Some cases, they...
Okay, so if he's going to do anything to revive DACA, that is a surprise. That is not something that he's even talked about. I don't know why he's bringing that up here, but I don't buy it.
Your zero tolerance policy, which was put in place as a deterrent. Is there any universe where you would bring that back, sir?
We need deterrence. Look,
zero tolerance.
What is this?
A lot of it's migrant crime.
Well, let me ask you about another aspect.
Again, this has been debunked, right? Migrants, people without paperwork, commit crimes at a lower level than citizens, right? If you're going to choose, who you deport based on the crime rate, you would be deporting citizens first.
Of this that I think a lot of people are really curious about. I mean, 3% of the people who are here illegally.
Okay, what all do we have here? I started using the word. What word? The N word?
Using the word. The groceries, when you buy...
The G word. The G word. All right, you got to see this. Oh, the most corrupt president in the history of the United States. So, wait. That was after you, though.
Corrupt president in the history of the United States, Joe Biden, and the entire Biden
that part is
crime
true.
family. Are you going to do that? Are you going to go after Joe Biden?
I'm really looking to make our country successful. I'm not looking to go back into the past. I'm looking to make our country successful. Retribution will be through success. If we can make this country successful, that would be that would be such a great achievement. Bring it back. We have a country now that's overridden with crime, that has millions of people that shouldn't be here, that should be in prisons in other countries, that should be in mental institutions. We have drug lords being...
We have Hannibal Lecter, and he came from a different country.
...into our country and told never go back to their country. I'm looking to make our country great. I'm looking to bring prices down because, I won on two things, the border and more than immigration. They like to say immigration. I break it down more to the border, but I won on the border and I won on grocery.
Okay, so he recognizes this, that, the prices that he's about to raise are the prices that people voted for him because they thought that somehow he would bring them down. Turns out he never had any intention to do that. He is a con man. He gets one over on you and he does what the fuck he wants. He doesn't do what you want. What are you, silly? You just got conned.
It's a very simple word, groceries. Like almost, who uses the word?
Who uses the word? Oh my God, everybody. When you buy your groceries, if you buy groceries, if you do not have a personal assistant who is calling in an order of groceries for you and the groceries somehow magically show up in your refrigerator because your servants let them in, then you talk about groceries. I would say that 99.9% of people who uses the word groceries, like almost everyone. How out of touch is this guy? Started using the word groceries. Imagine that. Nobody says groceries anymore. Ha 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 ha. Groceries? What's a grocery? I have no idea.
I started using the word.
I have delivery. I do not have groceries.
When you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would double and triple the price over a short period of time. And I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices way down.
I want to pause here because what you're saying is significant. Because you wrote on Truth Social in 2023 that you're going to appoint a real special prosecutor to go after Joe Biden. Now you're saying you're not going to do that.
I will say this. No, I'm not doing that.
I didn't realize that. God, he got me in the weave, right, chat? You know, he does the weave. He talks about different things. He sometimes answers a question about one thing with a story about a completely different thing, and that's what happened, right? He just went into groceries from the question about, are you gonna lock your enemies up?
Unless I find something that I think is reasonable. But that's not going to be my decision. That's going to be Pam Bondi's decision, and to a different extent, Kash Patel. Assuming they're both there, and I think they're both going to get approved. But I, you know, while you ask me that, what they've done to me with weaponization is a disgrace.
We'll get to some of that.
No, wait. You can't do one without the other. In the history of our country, nothing like this has ever happened. And I've won these cases. I've won every one, and the rest are in the process of being won. Deranged Jack Smith is on his way back to The Hague, where he can execute people. This is where he should have stayed. I think he's dangerous even being there. But I'll tell you what they've done to me in terms of weaponization, indictments, impeachments, and everything else. And in the
oh no,
because I got the biggest vote, the most votes any Republican's ever gotten in history.
Pam Bondi talks about investigating the investigators. Do you want her to investigate Jack Smith?
I want her to do what she wants to do.
Do you want to see Jack Smith investigated?
Well, I think he's very corrupt, but I want her to do whatever she has to do.
Are you going to direct her to prosecute
I'm not.
Jack
She's
Smith?
a very smart person. She was a great attorney general in Florida. She's very experienced. I want her to do what she wants to do. I'm not going to instruct her to do it now.
Sir, are you going to fire the current FBI director, Christopher Wray, who you appointed?
Well, I can't say I'm thrilled with him. He invaded my home. I'm suing the country over it. He invaded Mar-a-Lago.
Just because I wouldn't give, like, top secret documents that I wasn't supposed to have back. After multiple requests, he invaded my home. This Christopher Wray guy, he's gotta go. He's gotta go. What a creepy guy. He invades your home for, yeah.
I'm very unhappy with the things he's done. And
oh my God, fuck this guy so much. Fuck this guy so much, right? Because he did some shit that no one else would ever get away with. And the only reason that he's getting away with it is because he corrupted the Supreme Court and because he is president, right? He's found the one literal get out of jail free card, and he's using it, and he's acting like he's the fucking victim. All I did was retain documents from the White House that I wasn't supposed to have. And then after I was told that you've got these documents and you need to give them back, I didn't give them back. And how dare he invade my house? He invaded the sacred sanctum of Mar-a-Lago.
Crime is
the place where Ghislaine Maxwell recruited underage girls for Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, how dare you befoul?
an all-time high. Migrants are pouring into the country that are from prisons and from mental institutions.
Including but not limited to the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Yes, we know. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. What else, sir? What else?
You've referenced a couple of times in this interview. I asked you last time we sat down for an interview if you were going to pardon yourself. You said no. But now that President Biden has pardoned his son, Hunter.
Don't you kind of want to pardon yourself? Don't you think it would be cool? None of us reporters would have any problem with you at all, Mr. President, if you pardoned yourself.
Are you reconsidering? Might you pardon yourself?
She's like pushing, she's leading the witness. Objection. Objection, Your Honor. What the fuck? She's like selling it. I wasn't going to, but now you're really making me think I should. I don't know. You see, your excitement is infectious. Yeah. Pardon myself. Hell yeah.
I was given the option.
You did a lot of things wrong. But I mean, I guess if you're, you know, your standard is you didn't get anything, do anything you're going to get punished for. Yeah, you're right.
And the lawyer,
But yeah, this man has a very strange notion of truth that includes lies. It has a packed full of lies. His truth is like chocked full of lies, like just like the double chunk chocolate chip cookie at Costco. That's right.
very specific lawyer, I don't have to go into who, but very high up in the administration said, sir, if you pardon yourself, you're going to look guilty, and you did nothing wrong. Oh, I had that option. I could have saved myself a lot of legal fees, but it turned out that I was right. Look at what's gone on. Everything's being dropped. I still have a Fani Willis, a total hoax. That's a total hoax. It's all being dropped. It's all been discredited.
Yeah, that's right. It's dropped because it was discredited. The judges and juries and everyone decided that, like, yeah, he didn't really do anything wrong, and all those cases were concluded with a not guilty verdict. Not that they are unable to continue a prosecution of the president of the motherfucking United States. That is a great freeze frame, by the way. That's how I want to remember him when he's gone. Old lemon sucker.
There are those people that say, and this would be the first time in history, that all of those fake indictments, they were going after a political opponent. There are those that say that I actually did better in the election because of it. Now, that would be a first. I think you would agree, because normally that's like you go back to the microphones, you say, I'm leaving right.
Remember when I said I could kill somebody on Fifth Avenue and not nobody would blink an eye? Yeah, it's true.
I will leave office. I'm going back to my family, and I will fight for my name. Well, I had to fight for my name in public because I didn't leave office. But no, I didn't want to pardon, and I didn't want to pardon myself. I had the option to pardon myself.
And you don't want one now? You're not going to pardon yourself now?
Are you sure? Mr. President, are you sure? If you pardoned yourself, it would be such a party. We would be drinking at Mar-a-Lago until the early hours of the morning, Mr. President. Are you sure you don't want to pardon yourself?
What do I need one for? First of all, I've won almost all of the cases.
What if President
that I
Biden
didn't win are on resuscitation.
What if President Biden offered you a pardon? Would you accept it?
Oh, that would be the ultimate fucking move. No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't. That's the fucking ultimate move right there. If Biden offered him a pardon and he said no, because he's right, he doesn't need one. Like, the cases are going to be dropped. He's not going to be, most likely not going to be impeached while he is in office. And it'll be, you know, too late on a lot of those to resuscitate the case after he leaves office. Yeah, I don't think he needs a pardon. It's just kind of wacky that she's obsessing about something that doesn't matter anymore. And I think even he gets that.
I've never even thought about it. I don't think he'll do it. Look,
you should have said, no, I won't accept it. I won't accept the pardon from Biden. I'll say your pardon is no good. You're a terrible president, Sleepy Joe.
if he did, he's the one that started this whole thing. He got the Justice Department to go after me. And the state cases are all being run by the Justice Department, which is illegal. They had their people from the Justice Department work for Alvin Bragg in order to get something going. They worked for Letitia James in the state. He had his people go from the federal government and take lesser jobs in the state.
Okay, that one needs a fact check.
In order to get
And you know he denies he had anything to do with it.
No,
and
you
there's
can't deny it. You know why?
Yeah.
Because they were there. Wait a minute. Wait. You know, you have a tendency to sort of like slough over things. You just made a statement. His person, the top, maybe the third or second or third person, left the federal government, the DOJ, and went to work for Letitia James. And then, after they got that one started, went to work for the DA.
Let me ask you about some of this new reporting. NBC News is reporting that President Biden is considering giving preemptive pardons to the likes of Liz Cheney, Adam Schiff, and Anthony Fauci. If President Biden doesn't issue those pardons, do you think they are going to wish that he had? Are they going to be pursued?
I can tell you this about Cheney.
There's only so many ways you can ask him if he's going to go after his enemies, right? If he's going to tell you no, then he's going to tell you no.
She's a so-called
And he might take that back later because he is a fucking...
I think she hurt the Democrats.
He is a bucket of lies.
Terribly. When I saw that Kamala put Cheney out on the campaign trail. I said, that's the end of Kamala. I really did. I thought it
I mean, he's probably right on that one.
was a terrible move, especially if you're a Democrat. But Cheney did something that's inexcusable, along with Thompson and the people on the Unselect Committee of political thugs and, creeps.
He calls it the Unselect Committee because he likes to give things nicknames, and it's called the Select Committee. But he doesn't like it, so it's the Unselect Committee. That is a knee slapper.
So the Unselect Committee went through a year and a half of testimony. Wait. They deleted and destroyed all evidence of that they found. You know why? Because Nancy Pelosi was guilty. Nancy Pelosi turned down 10,000 troops. You wouldn't have had a J6 because other people were guilty. The people that said that I attacked 2 Secret Service agents in a car. I grabbed one around the neck.
You're kind of posting your L's, sir.
Was then rebuffed, and I grabbed the other one. These are 2 of the toughest men anywhere on the planet. They happen to be slightly younger than me, maybe, just a little bit. Let me just tell you. They testified. They said it was total. And all of this stuff came out. People lied so badly. Now, listen, this was a committee, a big deal. They lied. And what did they do? They deleted and destroyed a whole year and a half worth of testimony. Do you know that I think those people committed a major crime.
Sir?
And Cheney was behind it.
Well,
and so was Benny Thompson and everybody on that committee. For what they did, honestly, they should go to jail.
So you think Liz Cheney should go to jail?
For what they did.
Everyone on the committee, you think
I think
should
everybody
go to jail.
anybody that voted in favor.
Are you going to direct your FBI director and
No,
your attorney general to send them to jail?
No, not at all. I think that they'll have to look at that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to focus on drill, baby, drill.
When you say that,
on
it carries
strengthening the
weight, though. You've tapped these people to lead the Justice Department and FBI.
They can do whatever they want.
Okay.
Biden can give him a pardon if he wants to, and maybe he should. Just remember, Unselect Committee, a year and a half of sworn testimony, and after getting all of the testimony, they deleted it. Wait. And they destroyed almost everything. There's nothing left. It's unprecedented.
And they deny
If you
doing
do that in a civil case, you go to jail.
They deny doing that. And officials say that the order never came in for
They
the
put
National
out
Guard.
a statement.
On January 6th, let me ask you this about January 6th. I think
Benny
you're going to want to
Thompson
answer
wrote
this.
in a statement that he has destroyed all evidence.
Let me ask you this about
It's
January
amazing.
6th.
I wish you could be
He's not doing an interview. He's like trying to just take it over and do his little press conference of his personal grievances. Yeah, this is a narcissist unleashed. I'm not trying to make any diagnostic statements or anything like that. I am just describing a very blatant and inarguable aspect of his personality. This guy's a narcissist.
You have such potential.
And he is definitely feeling himself at this moment.
If you could be just non-biased, you hurt yourself so badly. I'm telling you, they deleted and destroyed all the evidence. Everyone knows it. And you slough it off like it doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm
If
just
I
saying
did
they
it,
deny it. That's all I'm saying.
Kristen,
I'm just saying it's debunked and you're full of shit and you're lying in my face, but I don't have the guts enough to actually say that because this is the demeanor of the press when speaking to power.
if I did it, you would be standing up in that chair shouting at me. And you know what I'd do? I'd say, you got me. They have done something so illegal. They have a committee sworn to, and because
they are eating the cats, they are eating the dogs. Trump's reality, Trump's delusions supersede reality, and we all have to accept the reality of the naked emperor here shitting his non-existent pants before all of us, and we all have to say, no, that's great. He's definitely not shitting himself.
it was so bad. The only reason they did it is because the testimony turned out to be in favor of me. Like Secret Service testified and disputed everything. It made them into a bunch of liars. Not Secret Service, it made the people. They got rid of it because it made Nancy Pelosi, the mayor of D.C., so many people look like criminals. And I will tell you, it's illegal for them to delete and to destroy that evidence.
Let me ask you about January 6th.
Okay, look, if he's going to keep using the big lie, the media needs to get better at defeating it, at standing up to it, right? Because you see what her instincts are, right? This is not something that she's sitting here and disputing. She's not accusing the president of being dishonest, right? She's not doing anything like that. She's just kind of deflecting it and say, well, other people had other opinions. But anyway, let's not dwell on that, right? We clearly disagree. While he is like pressing the fucking point. And like, could you just be unbiased for a second and say that my obvious lie is the actual truth because I've said it over and over again and I say it so convincingly and I seem to believe it and all of my henchmen say it too, and so obviously we can just take the truth and just make a little scalpel cut here, here, and here, excise the truth, put in the disgusting rancid meat slab of a lie that I have concocted even though it doesn't fucking fit in the space. Can we just do that? Forget about the truth. What is truth anyway? It's my truth. And my truth is that I was wronged. And I am the most persecuted person since Jesus Christ. And all these people that are saying that I'm doing bad things, they are actually the ones that are doing bad things. It's all of them that have got something to hide and not me. Who they are pointing to. It is not the shit-soaked diaper that I am wearing. They are the ones who pooped my pants. That's what he's saying. It's just like the fucking hot dog skit from I Think You Should Leave. Of like, yeah, we better find the guy who did this. And it's like, it's fucking you.
A different capacity, okay? I think you're going to want to answer this question. You promised to pardon those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Are you still vowing to follow through with that promise?
We're looking at it right now, most likely, yeah.
Well,
Those people
especially Q Shaman. That's the important pardon.
have suffered long and hard, and they may be.
I wonder if he's gonna pardon Nick Fuentes.
But now there are freaking communists.
I think Fuentes was there. Maybe he'll pardon Slippery Nick too.
Some exceptions to it. I have to look. But, if somebody was radical, crazy, there might be some people from Antifa there. I don't know, because those people seem to be in good shape. Whatever happened to Scaffold Man? You know who Scaffold Man was? He stood on a scaffold telling everybody to go and...
Is he going to talk about Ray Epps? I feel like he's going to bring up Ray Epps. She's like, I don't fucking care about Scaffold Man. I've got a list of questions that I'm supposed to ask you. And you're doing the weave is getting in the way of me asking all my questions.
Whatever happened to Ray Epps? No, I don't know anything about...
Yo! Chat! Am I psychic? Should I buy a lottery ticket? I knew he was gonna... I was like, Ray Epps. We're gonna do Ray Epps. We're gonna do Ray Epps. He did Ray Epps. He did Ray Epps. He's gone full conspiracy mode.
Ray Epps, but... It was sort of strange the way he was talking. Where is he? What happened to him? Because the people that did very little, they arrested an old woman because I don't think she did anything. They don't even know what she did. These people have suffered. Their lives have been destroyed. And yet in Portland, where they...
Oh, that's why he's talking about Antifa. Okay.
Half the city, they burn it down all the time. It's like a routine occurrence. They don't do anything.
Yeah, that's not what people from Portland say, but go on, King.
Attacked the courthouse, federal courthouse. They always say federal building. Okay. They destroyed the beautiful limestone exterior of the courthouse in Portland. They killed people in Portland. Seattle, people got killed in Seattle.
Yeah, the person that he's talking about that killed somebody, I mean, that's a situation where it very much looks like it might be self-defense. However, we will never know what the actual situation was in Portland because that person was extrajudicially murdered by Donald Trump's law enforcement.
They took over a big chunk of the city. They took it over. They took the city away.
The cops gave the city away after they had sprayed all of their nerve agent, all of their all of their chemical weapons, right? They used it all. They couldn't hold the protests anymore after they had antagonized the fuck out of people, and then they left the fucking precinct like a bunch of cowards. That's what happened in Seattle.
It looked like when they said this is a friendly protest, and yet over the poor slob from CNN, his shoulder, the entire city was burning down. It looked like World War II. Nothing happened. But wait, nothing happened. They took over the police statement.
Okay, this is a terrible interview. You cannot do this. Like, you're just giving him a fucking platform to just go off on all kinds of non-sequitorial bullshit.
They took over the police station in Minneapolis. They burned it down. Nothing happened to anybody. And yet these people have been in jail, and I hear the jail is a hellhole.
Oh my God, Donald, every jail is a hellhole. That's why it's called jail. Do you want to do prison reform? No? Okay, cool. Well, yeah, it's a fucking hellhole.
They've done reports, and you would say that's true. They've done reports. This is the most disgusting, filthy place. These people,
some of them are getting SA'd, and that is, like, I can't believe that would happen in a U.S. prison. I've never heard of anything like that happen. They really do treat prisoners badly, and I didn't know that.
living in hell.
Let me just.
And I think it's very unfair.
But
Most likely I'll do it very quickly.
Oh my God, you can't get in, can you? He's like, no, I'm just going to talk right over you is what I'm going to do, and you're going to shut up.
Very quickly. Okay, but some of them, 169 of them, have pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers.
Because they had no choice. 900
pleaded guilty to other crimes. They're also going to be eligible for a pardon from you?
Listen, it's a very tough system. Do you know almost nobody? I saw people that didn't even go into the building and they were convicted. And you had the police saying, come on in, come on in.
Yeah, there were people who planned it.
I mean, you know.
Oh no, he's full on conspiracy theory on this.
The police are saying, come on in, everybody, come on in. They had people, you know, you have a lot of cameras. They don't want to release the tapes. They don't want to release the tapes.
So, but you're going to consider pardoning even those who've pleaded guilty to crimes, including assaulting police officers?
Well, sometimes they say, here's your...
He's not responding. He's just saying whatever the fuck he wants to say.
You're not ruling it out.
And you just gave him a platform to do that.
Look, I know the system.
God, the press sucks so bad.
The system's a very corrupt system. They say to a guy, you're going to go to jail for 2 years or for 30 years. And these guys...
How much of this grievance is really about his own anxiety over going to jail for the crimes that he committed?
Guys are looking, their whole lives have been destroyed. For 2 years, they've been destroyed. But the system is a very nasty system.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to look at every...
Okay, so prison reform, right? Police reform, right? Nope. Nope. It's not what he's talking about. He's talking about letting Q Shaman, like expunging Q Shaman's record. He's talking about letting the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys out of jail so they can potentially hurt more people and kill more people. You want to talk about like deaths that have occurred? Let's talk about how many deaths were caused by fascist thugs, like the ones who went to jail for January 6th.
We're going to look at individual cases, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm going to be acting very quickly.
Within your first 100 days, first day?
First day.
First day?
Yeah, I'm looking first day.
Issue these pardons.
These people have been there, how long is it, 3 or 4 years?
Okay.
You know, by the way, they've been...
She's nervous. Look at this. She hit her mic like that. She was so nervous.
For years. And they're in a filthy...
Look, if you can't interview the president like this. Like, you can't be afraid of the guy that you're interviewing, even though you by all rights should be.
Disgusting place that shouldn't even be allowed to be open.
Let's talk about your cabinet picks. I know we started off talking about Pete Hegseth, but I just want to return to that very quickly. Have you gotten assurances from senators that he's going to be confirmed? Do you think he can make it?
No, I think you will, yeah. I've had a lot of senators call me up saying he's fantastic.
You don't drink yourself.
No.
You've talked about how devastating drinking can be.
Yeah.
How concerned are you that the person who you picked for this top job at the Defense Department, at least according to those who've worked with him, has struggled with drinking?
But I've spoken to people.
Finally, a good question.
that know him very well, and they say he does not have a drinking problem. And
Oh, so we're gonna do the big lie again. Cool.
you know, he had a lot of knives out for him. A lot of people don't want to see the military made better.
A lot of people in Fox News.
Let me ask you about former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. You picked her to be the Director of National Intelligence.
Right.
In 2017, she had 2 secret meetings with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. Do you have questions or concerns about those meetings?
No. And he's got bigger problems right now.
Well, do you think it
Because
makes
his
it hard
country's-
for her?
His country is
Yeah.
collapsing.
I mean, do you think it compromises her
look,
ability
I
to
met
handle
with
that?
Putin.
Like what? Oh my God. He thought that was a question of Tulsi Gabbard versus Bashar al-Assad. And he's like, well, he's not going to be in power much longer. Ha 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 ha. Oh my God.
Xi of China. I met with Kim Jong-un twice. Does that
When
mean
you were
that I can't be president?
Well, when you were president, they weren't
No,
secret
but look,
meetings.
people meet. All these people meet. I mean, I see
Yeah, don't ask him about the secret meetings.
most dishonest people. I'll tell you, the 51 agents that said that the laptop wasn't
The
from
laptop from hell. It was the Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. That's a throwback. There we go.
What about them? Tell me about them. Do you think they did something wrong? Do you think they were all so stupid that they thought that the laptop from hell?
So you have
The laptop from hell.
confidence in Tulsi Gabbard.
I do. So does I mean, she's a very respected person.
Let me ask you about RFK Jr.
Oh, yes, please. Let's ask about RFK Jr.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
I want to know if RFK Jr. is going to have a pass into the White House kitchen to bring in some exotic meats.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
RFK, famous procurer of exotic meats, right? He is not like he doesn't eat chicken, pork, beef, anything like that. His tastes are much more exotic. And that's what's going to be served at the White House every night. A new endangered species will be served up.
Jr. He has obviously talked about his skepticism of vaccines. He's expressed opposition to childhood vaccines. Do you want to see childhood vaccines eliminated?
If they're dangerous for the children. Look.
So possibly?
When you look at some of the problems, when you look at what's going on with disease and sickness in our country, something's wrong.
Are you talking about autism?
Well, if you take a look at autism, you go back 25 years, autism was almost non-existent.
Oh my God, straight up. Oh, he is soft selling the idea that, oh my God, this guy thinks that vaccines cause autism.
It was, sickness.
He's sold. He's not just like, using RFK Jr. for the clout. He absorbed the Maha message. He's a true believer.
If they're dangerous for the children. Look.
So possibly?
When you look at some of the problems, when you look at what's going on with disease and sickness in our country, something's wrong.
Are you talking about autism?
Well, if you take a look at autism, you go back 25 years, autism was almost non-existent.
There we go.
1 out of 100,000.
Full on anti-vax conspiracy theorist.
And now it's close to 1 out of 100.
And I'm not talking about RFK. I'm talking about this guy.
Well,
I mean, what's happening? If they can find it. Now, I did something the other night that was a little unusual.
I went to a site called
Mar-a-Lago. I called the drug companies, the top drug companies, and I called RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz and some of his people.
We got Dr. Oz too. Oh, wonderful.
All get together.
All the quacks, get them all in one room, and let's figure out the big meta conspiracy theory.
And let's figure out where we're going.
Let's all become breatharians. We will not eat food anymore. We will not drink water. We will only breathe the air and absorb the prana from the sun.
Because we're going to do a lot of things. Number one, we're going to reduce prices because the middleman makes more money than the drug companies, in all fairness to the drug companies. There's a middleman that nobody even knows who they are. And
I don't even know who they are. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm Donald Trump. I'm experiencing cognitive decline. Nobody ever questioned my cognitive decline because it's so much more zesty than Joe Biden's.
Prices, they're much higher than the prices for the same medicine, for the same stuff. So we met, and we met for a long time, and we talked about pricing, and we talked about vaccines, in terms of what happens. We talked about pesticides. We talked about everything. And I think a lot of good things are going to come from him. And he's not going to upset any system. He's not going to upset this. He's not looking to, to reinvent the wheel totally. But when you look at the numbers,
he just wants to get rid of the polio vaccine. He just wants to spread measles like he did in American Samoa, where 83 people died because of his fucking anti-vax bullshit.
we really don't have a very healthy country.
Well, sir, going back 25 years, studies show that there is no link between vaccines and autism.
Oh, here we go. Do we have is there an interviewer in the room? I forgot. I'm sorry. I thought we were just in the room with Donald Trump and he was just going off like the
And yet it sounds like you
the mad emperor he is.
are open to the possibility of him looking
I'm
at
open to
getting rid of
anything.
them.
I think somebody has to find out.
Open to anything. Okay, we're gonna.
But now there are
He's endorsing vaccines cause autism, and he's open to getting rid of them. There we go. Here's your reporting.
If you go back 25 years ago, you had very little autism. Now you have it.
communist invading
Well, they say
radicals.
because they're better at identifying it.
One in
I don't like that answer. I don't. That's too normal. That's too no. I like my answer better. I'm sorry.
100,000, and now it's 1 in 100. That's a pretty bad number.
Childhood vaccines.
I mean,
have
something is going on. I don't know if it's vaccines. Maybe it's chlorine in the water, right? You know, people are looking at a lot.
Do you mean fluoride? Does he mean fluoride in the water?
Of different things.
Well, you know, childhood
I
vaccines.
want them to look at everything.
Everything.
I mean, RFK's talked about fluoride, so that's why I'm asking.
So childhood vaccines have prevented about 4 million deaths around the world.
And I don't trust that Donald Trump knows his halogens.
Every
I
year,
think that's
sir.
great.
Isn't that
I'm all for it. I think it's great. Hey, look, I'm not against vaccines. The polio vaccine is the greatest thing. If somebody told me get rid of the polio vaccine, they're going to have to work real hard to convince me. I think certain vaccines are incredible, but maybe some aren't. And if they aren't, we have to find out. But when you talk about autism, because it was brought up, and you look at the amount we have today versus 20 or 25 years ago, it's pretty
You said the same thing 3 times, sir.
scary.
well again?
No, I'm glad we didn't get the candidate with cognitive decline. I'm glad we got this guy instead, who's clearly very on top of things.
Identifying it, and there's no link in
But
studies.
the drug
sir.
companies are going to be working with RFK Jr. and he's been an interesting guy to me. I've watched him for 25 years, and he's been an interesting guy.
Let's talk about Elon
Interesting taste in food, yes.
Musk. Another interesting.
Oh my God.
Very interesting.
Last month, one of your allies said, "quote He's behaving as if he's a co-president." Will you favor Elon Musk over other leaders of competitor companies like Jeff Bezos, Mary Barra?
No, Jeff Bezos called me. We're having dinner. As you know, Mark Zuckerberg came in. We had a really nice dinner. He asked to have dinner. I had dinner with him. I'm having dinner with everybody. People like me now. You know, it's something going on that people. I said, would you have come to dinner with me if I lost? I think the answer is no. You know, I said nicely, kiddingly, of course, because I don't want to sound foolish. But I say jokingly, would you have been here at dinner if I lost? And the answer was probably not. Look, I'm getting called by everybody. It's very interesting. It's different than the first. You know, when I won the first time, I wasn't nearly as popular as this. And one thing that's very important in terms of the election, I love that I won the popular vote, and by a lot. If I didn't,
1.6%.
because they
1.6%. I'm sorry, Mr. President. We're going to have to debunk your lies. You won by 1.6%. You braggadocious fiend. You won by 1.6%. And my crowd from the first election, that was the biggest crowd ever. It was bigger. January 6th was bigger than Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Like, he's so full of lies.
they
I don't even think it's in fact effective for her to, like, you know, be like, oh, actually it's 1.6%. Like, right? I don't know.
With the other one, they say, while he didn't win the popular vote, he won a lot of, you know, I won a lot of the Electoral College. But
you know, I think the only person that could interview him at this point would be Jesse the Body Ventura. That's who they need to get in there. They need to get someone to physically wrestle the answers out of him. Right? This is the WWF guy, right? So WWE guy.
by saying, now they say he won the popular vote and he won the Electoral College and he won all 7 swing states. That was a great election.
Very quickly, because we're going to talk about the election.
Yeah, it's amazing because, like, I thought the elections were suspect and they were they were stealing the elections, and that an election that was 1.6% apart, that wouldn't be too hard to steal. So then why did you win the election if the elections are crooked and corrupt? It's kind of
coming up, but you've tapped Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, to head up this Department of Government Efficiency.
Correct.
Which
or Doge, as they call it on X.
the federal government. I think a lot of people hear that and they get concerned about Medicare and Social Security and
Not
Medicaid
gonna have anything to do.
and
We're talking
defense
about-
spending.
we're talking
You
about
won't touch
theft,
Medicare, Social Security.
abuse, fraud.
Okay.
No, I said to people, we're not touching Social Security, other than we make it more efficient, but the people are going to get what they're getting.
Okay, so the entitlements
And we're
off the
not
table.
What does make it more efficient mean? What does he mean by that? That's the question.
Okay, off the table.
I won't do it.
Okay, let's turn to foreign policy. Should Ukraine prepare for less aid from the United States after you're sworn into office?
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
You've said you can end the war in
We're in for
24
350 billion, and Europe is in for 100 billion. Why isn't Europe in for the same as us? The one thing that should happen is that Europe should come in they should equalize. And, you know, Biden, all he had to do, like I did with NATO, I said, you got to pay your bills. They weren't paying their bills. And as you know, the Secretary General said, President Trump got 600 billion, now 640 to be exact. And I used to use the 400 billion number. He corrected me. He said, no, you actually got $641 billion put in, because I said you have to pay your bills. We were paying for NATO. And you know why I got the money? Because I asked for it. It wasn't that complicated. Europe is in for a fraction, and war with Russia is more important for Europe than it is for us. It's important for everybody, but it's more important for Europe than it is for us.
And you've said
we have a little thing called an ocean in between us.
You said you can end the war in 24 hours. You've even said you want to try to end it before you're sworn into office.
I'm trying to end it
You're
if I
actively
can.
trying to?
I am.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin
No, I have
since
not.
you've been
You
elected?
mean, well, I don't want to say that.
I don't want to say, what the fuck? This guy's so used to lying, he can't keep his story straight. Yeah, I wasn't saying I haven't talked to him. I just
recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've
I
been
don't want
elected?
to say that. I don't want to say anything about that because
cagey as fuck.
I don't want to do anything that could impede the negotiation.
Yeah, no, don't worry though. There's nothing weird between Putin and Trump, all right? That's just Russia, Russia, Russia. It's just all the mainstream media is ever saying is Russia, Russia, Russia. It's the Russiagate hype. Of course, there was no collusion. There was no collusion. Nothing bad happened. Nothing bad happened because they couldn't convict a sitting president. Nothing bad happened.
I want to
have
stop
talked
it.
about
Let me
the
tell you
other
what I
world
have talked
leaders.
about. Let me
Okay.
tell you. There are people being killed in that war at levels that nobody's ever seen before. You have to go back to the Second World War, and even that, if you take a look at, and you know what it is? It's the soldiers largely. The cities have been emptied out and demolished. The country has been demolished. If I won that election, which you know how I feel about it, I won't get into it because we don't need to start that argument. I think it's an easy argument. It was really proven even more conclusively by the win that I had on this one. But
you did go
had
to court,
I,
sir.
well, that's your opinion, but I disagree with it.
I live in my own world of delusions, and you're not going to break into this narcissistic bubble that I have.
I assumed, kept control. Number one, Israel wouldn't have happened. Number two, Ukraine would have never happened.
Again, he caused Israel with the Abraham Accords, with the allowing Israel to annex the Golan Heights, with moving the embassy to Jerusalem. He caused it, right? And with his attacks on Iran, he destabilized the region. The October 7th happened because of Trump. As far as the Russia thing, he says that he would have done something about it. Well, you know, you're not going to do anything short of engaging Russian troops in a conflict that could easily turn into World War III to stop Russia. The Biden administration, you know, gave, like he said, gave, you know, billions and billions to Ukraine, and that hasn't stopped the invasion. So what is Trump going to do that would have? Nothing. He's full of shit and bluster.
Would have never happened, Ukraine, Russia. But the
most likely outcome of Ukraine being invaded under Trump, like he's saying, is that you would have no aid being given to Ukraine, and more likely they would have surrendered, right? You would have had a situation where Russia would have just taken Ukraine. That's the difference. And this guy would have said, it's okay. It's fine. It's totally fine. They got a valid claim. They got a valid claim to that land. So let them have it.
That are being killed, soldiers, young, beautiful soldiers, hundreds of.
He is so weird. He is so young, beautiful soldiers. Okay. I was worried they were ugly. If they were ugly, I was gonna, that's okay if they die. But if they're beautiful, no, we gotta do something about this. Those soldiers, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. They're young and beautiful.
People are being killed, and it's very interesting. It's level, totally level. The battlefield's totally level. You know what's happening? Yeah. The only thing that stops a bullet, you know what it is a body, a human body, and the people that are being killed. Hundreds of thousands on both sides. Russia's lost probably 500,000. Ukraine's lost higher than they say, probably 400,000. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of bodies laying all over fields. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen, and it should have never been allowed to happen. Biden should have been able to stop it.
Sir, will the United States stay in NATO while you're in office?
In where?
NATO.
In where? What? NATO? Are we talking about fermented soybeans here? And will the United States stay in fermented soybeans, aka NATO? No, NATO. I'm sorry, I heard you wrong.
Will remain a member of NATO while you're in office.
Again, they have to pay their bills. If they pay their bills, absolutely.
But not if they don't pay their bills.
But NATO's taking advantage of us because we were look, two things. Number one, they take advantage of us on trade, meaning the European nations, okay, like terrible. They don't take our cars, they don't take our food product, they don't take anything. It's a disgrace. And on top of that, we defend them. So it's a double whammy. So let me just tell you, I was able to get hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO just by
to NATO?
The countries
to this?
Protect you unless you pay. And they
this stuff, the sticky bean ferment?
More than $600 billion. That's a big
to NATO?
They wouldn't even be fighting. They wouldn't have any money to fight. If they're paying their bills, and if I think they're treating us fairly, the answer is absolutely, I'd stay with NATO.
But if not, you would consider the possibility of
absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, look, we've dwelled in the beaver swamps of Trump tent long enough. Any longer would be bad for my health and bad for your health. Now, the stream is not ending, even though our coverage of Trump will. Oh my God, mods, Jesus Christ, you had an interesting night. That is wild. So yeah, we're gonna merge the streams. That's what we're gonna do. All right. The stream continues on YouTube full screen, but the stream ends on shorts. So if you want to stay with us, if you want to stick with us, if you want to watch the rest of what I'm gonna be covering, which we're eventually gonna get to the Ethan Klein content, right? I feel like we've got a little bit of Majority Report to cover and maybe a little bit more TYT. If I can throw that in, I'll see how much time we have. See if we can throw in maybe a winners and losers video. Speaking of TYT, it's a good day. It's a good day to watch winners and losers, I feel like. But we'll try to bring that in. But yeah, we're gonna do lots more content after this, including possibly bonus content, right? The bonus content that we're looking at right now is Cavernacle versus Ethan Klein, which is at 45%. Bad Hasbara ends Lonerbox's career at 28%. What If Alt Hist Magnum Opus, his Mouse Utopia, at 16%, and more TYT tent at 12%. Of course, you can also affect the poll when you donate, which we're at 17% of the dono goal. If we hit 100 by the end of the stream, we'll end up getting to see some extra content. If you're on Twitch, you can stay where you are. You don't need to go anywhere. I'm going to keep streaming on Twitch as well. But if you are on the short stream, I hate to say it, but it's been a nice time getting to know all of you that are not Trump zombies. It's really there may have been a few Trump zombies tonight. I'm gonna have to ask the mods about this. God, that was but anyway, we're gonna oh wait, yeah, I gotta do the thing, don't I? We're gonna all merge into one chat. So yeah, there's your link. Let me try to pin it for you. Can I pin that? No, I'm gonna pin this. No, not that. Oh, it's already pinned. What am I thinking? Okay, we're gonna end the stream here, and we're gonna all meet in the full scale stream. So I'll see you on the other side. In stream. Yeah, that was a little bit longer than I meant to stay in the Trump tent tonight. But I mean, the thing is, like, do you see what I'm saying? There's like several really good segments. There's several really high yield segments that that we got to see because we watched so much of it. So yeah, that'll all be there and maybe be cut up into videos. I don't know, chat. Yeah, we're gonna get into the rest of tonight's stream. Oh yeah, I've got a. Now here's for look. I just made you something. Watch something that maybe you don't like. All right, I'm willing to bet that a large number of you don't really like to wait. What is? Oh, it's this one right here. I'm gonna bet that a large number of you you don't enjoy the Trump content so much, right? Especially not an hour of it. So since I tricked you to begin with, now I'm gonna treat you with some MR fun, some Majority Report drama, as often happens in the fun half. Somebody IM'd Sam. Now IM's that's like old school. Like I'm like, wait, is an IM a thing? I mean, you can text somebody, you can email somebody. You IM somebody? That's so fucking old school. But apparently the Majority Report is just old school enough to have IMs, and people IM them with things, including people that are fans of both broadcasts, the MR broadcast and the TYT broadcast. And one such bestest leftist did just that and is about to give us all a hearty laugh. After we cried over the Trumpy future, we are now prepared to laugh.
Leftist. As someone who has been... Cash Patel is the answer to the question of what happens if a total dumbass watches one video about Joseph Campbell. The bestest leftist. As someone who has been a paid sub for the show and TYT for more than 5 years and watching both almost daily for more than 10 years, I implore you to stop commenting on the selectively clipped videos that circle leftist Twitter.
Okay, so the goddamn leftist Twitter, there's all these clips and videos that circulate, and like I don't want you to pay attention to them anymore because TYT is good.
Show and TYT for more than 5 years and watching both almost...
The mods were very busy tonight in shorts. Yeah, it looks like it. You found the Trump tent interesting. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad I kept it interesting because, you know, sometimes it's hard to take. I try to titrate our dose. I don't like the Trump content, but I'll watch him obsessively as soon as he takes power. Jeez. Jeez. What am I bouncing on? It's called a trampoline. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that in a way that sounds like dismissive and aloof. I didn't mean to say it like that. I just meant that it was a trampoline that I'm bouncing on.
Daily for more than 10 years. I implore you to stop commenting on the selectively clipped videos that circle...
I implore you, dear sir, to have you no decency. Stop commenting on the videos that are put forward by Silly and Billy in an attempt to take down the wonderful progressive warriors, Cenk and Ana.
Leftist Twitter. TYT has some bad takes, but they in the show
are
logically aligned.
I'm sorry. Oops, all bad takes. Oops. Oops, it's all bad takes. It's all bad takes.
And on 98% of the issues. They are not doing a rightward shift. They are solidly progressive and on the left.
This is like some kind of pledge you are repeating. They are not doing a grift. They are not doing this.
But they in the show are ideologically aligned on 98% of the issues. They are not doing a rightward shift.
They are not doing a rightward shift. It's like it's an affirmation, right? If you say it over and over again, then they won't do a rightward shift. It's like they will not do a rightward shift. They will not do a rightward shift. They will not do a rightward shift. Oh shit! They just did a rightward shift. Oh shit! She's on Glenn Beck. They did not do it. They will not do a rightward shift. They will not do a right. Just keep saying it. Just keep saying. Hypnotize yourself into believing they will not do a rightward shift as they are doing a rightward shift.
They are solidly progressive and on the left. TYT does a ton of shit to get people involved. Are you actually like IMing to get us started talking about this?
I feel like there's some chance that this is a troll. Is that what Sam is thinking? Chat, one in chat. Do you think it's a troll? Could it be a troll? Are we being trolled? I thought you were just antsy. Wait, I thought you thought I was antsy. Mods? There is a leftist Twitter. Yeah, not so much anymore, but I mean, it's some people are still on Twitter. Anna is going on all the right-wing media, not talking about leftist points, not at all a shift. Not at all a shift. Not at all a betrayal. Not at all anything that anyone who's been like supporting them financially, emotionally, or otherwise should, you know, care about, should be bothered by.
It's also just not true. I'm sorry. Like, you know, I don't really watch their show anymore. I find a lot of the yelling all the time.
Oh my God.
But like,
oh my God, chat. If my video that just came out, my latest video that came out, as I'm saying this, I'm realizing I need to release another one soon. But if that last video had been a prepared content video, in other words, it had been a video that I like this clip right here would have gone into it, because this is exactly what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying about TYT.
it's also just not true. I'm sorry. Like, you know, I don't really watch their show anymore. I find a lot of the yelling.
The yelling.
Difficult, but like,
the yelling. I commented on the yelling. I also do not like the yelling. I suspect a large portion of their audience does not like the yelling.
I mean,
can we make the yelling stop?
The idea that they're not doing a rightward shift is just not true.
I believe one of them explicitly said that they were to the right of Democrats on the border, and in addition to all the crime stuff. So yeah, there's a disagreement. There are disagreements here, and we have to address them, and we try to do so as adults.
And we're not, you know, I don't think, certainly, we have not spent time just simply like sort of like generally attacking TYT. Those bad takes that you talk about, we are addressing when they come. So we probably skip, you know, I don't know, 70% of them, frankly.
I don't like talking about it, but I also feel like at the same time, just because it's uncomfortable given like my past personal relationships, but we need to combat. I think some of this is dangerous. I really do think that normalizing Trump and MAGA and perpetuating right-wing narratives such as that Colorado story about Venezuelan migrants, which ended up being, what do you know?
Like, are they ever going to answer for that, like, just completely fallacious report? Or are they just going to move on to the next thing?
We indicated when we covered it, a slumlord, basically, who had previously had a bunch of complaints from the city of Aurora.
One in chat, if you think that there's any chance that the Young Turks will respond to YouTuber Jose.
Who was trying to get out of doing repairs on those buildings that were going into disrepair. And so, of course, he found a scapegoat, as did a lot of groups, you know, corporations like Target or, you know, Walgreens and things like that, that said it was shoplifting based on like their poor business decisions to put a store in a certain place. If you're having a left-wing perspective on any of those things with corporate power, you would basically be a lot more skeptical of claims made by corporate landlords and by corporations about crime. But instead, it's framed as a way to criticize online leftists as if that is the priority here. Like, you know, as I said when we first...
The online left, I'll tell you folks, the online left, You know, whenever you hear somebody talking about bitching about the online left, I don't know. They're like, look, are there leftists online that I don't like? Yes. But I never like call them the online left. Like, that's ceding too much territory. If you're on the left, you are the online left, okay? So like this whole thing that they like to, I mean, with Cenk and Ana, they'd be like online leftists or lefty or left maxers. Oh, they haven't adopted that yet. They say max leftists. You're so close, Cenk. You're so close to being partially relevant.
We're asked about this. This is a question of priorities. What you cover is just as important as what you say when you cover it. And when you choose to cover a story like that, even if in the best of circumstances you're saying, well, there's both sides to this, you are highlighting a story that from its outset was framed from a right-wing perspective, and then it's
completely used by Trump as an avatar for a problem that is also, I think, false.
And if you have media literacy about this, you can be like, huh, okay. So this store is claiming that all the shoplifting and crime is stealing their profits. Like, who is the one making that claim? I may not cover this because there isn't any corroborating evidence outside of, I don't know, the PR firm that works for X company that's making this case to the press, to the business press in particular. Because maybe if you wait a month or two, it's going to show that actually crime is down. And you know what happened? That's exactly what happened.
And it's not just that story. That story was just one of a pattern of, like, also, I think it was Cenk that said, apparently in New York, we just let people...
Moz, I don't know if you can do anything about this. I might have to do something about this, but somebody in our chat looks like they got like their messages are being deleted by Stream Elements. Have you seen that? Have you seen the Stream Elements bot? Like I don't think it's banning people, but it looked like somebody got like all of their messages deleted, and I couldn't see anything bad that they'd said. And it wasn't a mod that did it. It was the bot.
Punch cops. And remember that story?
Oh yeah,
Like,
and the cop was the one who grabbed that guy. I remember that story. That was, I mean, look, you know, understand that the way that the right has operated for decades is they will take an isolated event and create a narrative around it that is helpful to them. And my best example of this is, you know, the war on Christmas. I debated some guy on CNN years ago who was like, in Wisconsin, there's a school that that took out Jesus from Silent Night. And this is part of the war on Christmas. And it turned out they had done that years and years ago because they wanted to be able to sing the song and not have it be so religious in this public school. But even if it was as nefarious as this guy let it out to be, that doesn't mean there's a war on Christmas.
Yeah, look, the person I noticed was named Advisory. So Advisory, if you're watching the stream and you're having trouble chatting, know that I'm aware of it, and I'm gonna see what I get. You're not being moderated. This isn't the mods doing this. This is a bot. This is some kind of AI.
Christmas exists. It is not going away. No one's waging a war on it.
There's no suicide bombings.
They build this narrative around that. And I'm sorry, no one with half a brain is looking at this and not knowing what's going on with that. And so, look, I've already said, don't be IMing with this. I don't know if you did that on purpose to get us to talk about it.
Psychology.
But I don't really care in the sense of like, we'll let it lie, but it's a bummer, but at the same time, I think I would like to just reiterate, it's not something that necessarily I want to be talking about because it's sad, honestly, but it also is, I think, an example of like, the personal relationship aspect of this for me is obviously secondary. I have plenty of that in my personal life. Any personal relationship I have in this business is based off of shared values. And when those values are not shared, and I think that commentary or journalistic business practices are going in a right-wing direction, or are not telling the truth to their audience, or are doing something in a way that I don't agree with, that's going to be what I call out. So
it's because it's to our credibility and to not place personal relationships over things like principles.
And that's the thing that I really.
And that's actually kind of rare when it comes to content creation. There are a lot of people that, I mean, we saw it in Whiteleaf, right? That covered for Xander Hall of something really disturbing. Like something truly dangerous that Xander Hall, they knew that Xander Hall was saying to his editor about another content creator and wanting to do violence to her as long as Xander Hall was playing ball with the rest of Whiteleaf. But when he became a loose cannon and went after Demon Mama and Vosh, then the nukes get fired. But this is shit they already knew about Xander Hall. They just weren't going to say anything. People cover for each other all the fucking time.
Really didn't like about what I heard when Cenk called Sam a grifter is the idea that we should have blind loyalty based on past personal relationships. If I would be thrilled to have blind loyalty if the coverage was still something that I could get behind. But based on what I've seen, and it hasn't just been this, it's been a long trajectory of continued right-wing shift, and whatever you want to call it, populism, etc. That is why we're choosing basically to speak on it, and because we've basically been forced to because Sam was attacked on a personal.
Yeah, radical trans girl. John's a good person.
Well, I don't give a shit about
but
that.
I care.
I appreciate the pushback that John offers, but yeah, I feel like he's too good for TYT.
I care about it because I do understand the sincerity of what.
He's off my Christmas list, though.
Well, whatever. I mean, but I care about it because.
We don't have a Christmas list.
I mean, I know the reality.
Okay. Kowalski from Nebraska, a friend of mine and his wife, the Webbers of Minnesota, sent me a clip of Hassan at Cambridge quoting Michael Brooks discussing Palestine. I DM'd it to Bradley on Twitter.
Aww.
I thought it was very good. Also, I love Hassan not bowing to the modern trend of skinny fit menswear. Dark Soul. Look, it's not about drama baiting. Cenk tweeting about now thinking that Trump in a second term is somehow anti-establishment is just flat out incorrect and right-wing. No additional context there.
Pandering.
Steve JC.
Anyway, oh my god, I was all like, wait, why does this clip also contain another IM? And then I realized I'm not watching a clip, I'm watching the fun half, and if I just let it continue to roll, we'll never stop watching this. So, but there we go, chat. There's your fun half segment for today. I hadn't watched this when it happened, and only really saw that later. Oh, corporate execs asked to be vigilant in the aftermath of CEO murder. Okay, we'll watch a little bit of this. Hassan had a bunch of guests today, including Lena Khan and including Stavros Halkias. So they ended up talking about Luigi's Mansion.
Let him go because it's racial profiling to say an Italian man had bushy eyebrows.
That's true.
Like, that is like, racism is alive and well. I guess Italians aren't white, you know? We've finally addressed it. We're now going to take a different approach and talk about, obviously, healthcare in this country from the perspective of an individual. The Italian stallion, his manifesto, Luigi's manifesto, the 262-word manifesto on the killing of the United Healthcare CEO is out. Ken Klippenstein has leaked it. Friend of the show, Ken Leakenstein.
He leaks everything. What is up with Ken Klippenstein and leaking? Ken Klippenstein and leaking. He's a leaker.
Has leaked it. We are going to have Stavi Baby on the broadcast in a little bit. I don't know where he is right now, but it doesn't matter. But before we get to the...
He's probably getting laid.
Luigi is a manifesto. Let's get started on...
Breaking
new updates. Suspect in CEO killing appears in court. Okay? And while I do that, I'm going to have to go pee because holy shit, I've been holding it in this whole time.
News overnight, fast-moving investigation into the suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Overnight, the 26-year-old was charged with murder hours after he was arrested in Pennsylvania after being spotted at a McDonald's several hours outside New York City. Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky is in Huntington, Pennsylvania with the latest for us. Good morning to you, Aaron.
Good morning, Robin. The suspect was held at this Pennsylvania state prison overnight after that arrest at that McDonald's. Police said when they confronted him, they knew right away, that's our guy. He's now charged with murder in New York, and police say he was carrying evidence that could point to motive. This morning, Luigi Mangione is charged with the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Wait, is that his, that's his mugshot?
The 26-year-old led by police in handcuffs, appearing in a Pennsylvania court on local...
Or is that his mugshot? See, that looks like a mugshot.
This morning,
Like, you're not supposed to look cool in your mugshot, though.
at approximately 9:14 a.m., Altoona police officers received a call of a suspicious male at a local restaurant.
Mangione was arrested some 300 miles from the Manhattan murder scene, traveling through Altoona on a Greyhound bus that stopped at this McDonald's. Police say someone recognized him from surveillance images and an employee called 911.
A McDonald's employee did something we ask every American to do.
Which is to get the new value size, like upgrade their meal options for only $1. Sorry.
Say something, but most importantly, do something.
And don't miss the new $5 meal deal. That's something we ask every American to do.
Officers found Mangione wearing a mask.
As soon as we asked him to pull it down, my partner and I recognized him immediately.
Really? Waluigi falling is like enough energy to turn the video off? That's amazing. You just sit there, maybe like that, yeah.
Just from what we saw in the media with photos, videos, we just didn't even think twice about it. We knew that was our guy.
When asked for ID, police say he gave them this fake New Jersey driver's license, the same one he allegedly used to check into a hostel in New York City 10 days before the shooting. When asked if he'd been to New York, court records say Mangione became quiet and started to shake.
He is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
The NYPD racing to Altoona. Police say the suspect had this ghost gun that may have been made with a 3D printer, similar to the weapon used to kill Thompson, along with handwritten notes that sources tell ABC News mentioned United Healthcare by name and said these parasites had it coming.
Oh my God, Sarah C., I didn't even see that you did a super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker.
At the crime scene, police finding deny, defend, and depose written on the bullets.
It does seem that he has some ill will toward corporate America.
Mangione grew up in Maryland, attending the prestigious Gilman School in Baltimore, graduating in 2016 as valedictorian. He's seen here speaking at the school's Founders Day.
The class of 2016 is truly defined by its inventive, pioneering mentality that accompanies a strong commitment to Gilman tradition.
Online, Mangione posted about the infamous manifesto by Unabomber Ted Kaczynski, saying he was a violent individual, but also an extreme political revolutionary. He also posted an X-ray of a spine and reviews of books about back injuries, authorities including them as part of the investigation.
My understanding is his spine was misaligned. It wasn't like he was always in severe pain, but it seems like certain things would trigger it.
The family of Luigi Mangione saying in a statement, "Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson." His murder has triggered anger online at the insurance industry. United Healthcare putting up fencing around its headquarters.
I understand people have real frustration.
One of the funniest bars here was
putting up fencing. What do they think? They're going to be attacked by zombies?
Josh Shapiro was like,
is that how they think of us?
Hero is not the guy who shot the healthcare CEO, but the person who called 911. I was like, if that's the message that you think is going to resonate with the voters come 2028, I don't know how cooked the Democratic Party is. Like, no one expects the governor of Pennsylvania to be like, the guy was based, right? But like, I feel like there is a better way to communicate, even as a polite institutionalist. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely a better way to try and communicate the situation, you know, reading the room better.
Anyway, what does Stavi say?
Dude,
the Stavi Baby 2025.
Can I even
erotic
show?
calendar.
Oh, I can't show some of these.
You can't show some of these, bro.
I can't show none of these. Did you bring 3 for my mom?
Yeah, one for two, these are all for your mom, dude.
That's
Actually, all 3.
Dude, stop! My dad is here.
He can have 2 too.
He's gonna get jealous. God damn, dude. Stavi
What's
Baby's in the
up, bro?
building.
How we doing?
As always, he is this time, because I yelled at him last time for not bringing me any gifts. He brought many gifts.
It wasn't just because of that. I always give you Christmas cookies.
He brought gifts? Wait, is this a Greek bearing gifts situation? Yeah. Hassan just left that low-hanging fruit for me to...
I'm trying to get you back to the church.
These are subpar. These are Greek. They're Greek, but they're Greek, but I'll still have one.
That's undeniable, dude. That right there. That's when for a second you're like, the Greeks are superior.
By the way, notice
you're jocking all my shit. It's so up.
Dude, it's because I saw everybody say you're the Lev's Joe Rogan.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, no, that's me.
You can't have it.
That's me.
I don't even want it, but that's how.
Is he talking about his glasses?
How much swag I have compared to you?
No,
that's
I don't.
How much natural charisma I have.
No, I don't want it either. We're the 2
You're
people.
begging for it. You
we
text
are the
me
2
all
people
time.
that have been presented as the Lev Joe Rogan, and I thought, it would.
I'm gonna leak your voice notes where you're crying. You're like, please tell Joe I want to do the show. I want to learn from him. You tell.
No, I did. I do want to do a Theo Von show.
Theo's the man. Theo. I mean, I fuck with Joe too. I mean, but Theo is the man. Yeah, I think you'd love him. He's a great dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, agree to disagree.
I think he is capable of having a very interesting conversation. I think it's hilarious to talk to, like, have a guy like him talk to Gabor Mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, that is.
Well, that's the beauty of Theo.
That's peak.
He truly is having an open-minded. You know how like bad faith guys that have like, like Ben Shapiro might say like, I just want to have an open conversation, and he's clearly trying to ambush you.
Yeah.
Theo truly is having a real conversation.
I mean, it's an open conversation because he doesn't know anything. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's truly open conversation. He goes into each conversation with no preconception because the dude's head is just...
He's a cool guy who's trying to figure some shit out. He is the man for real.
And very funny as well.
Oh, he's hilarious. Dude, that's the other thing. He's my favorite. He might be my favorite guy to riff with, because that's the funniest thing about that show is that people clipped out the like 4 minutes we were serious. And
anyway, let's see what they have to say about...
Years ago, it was $13,000 a year.
Now it's like 40, I think.
And my mom was like, dude, I'll go get a second job. And I was like, that we're not doing that bullshit. Fuck you. They can suck my dick. And thankfully, because I would have been, Luigi aside, he's the first good Gilman alum that I know. Everyone else is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
The rest of them became bankers and CEOs. That's what.
Maybe it was like that.
Wow.
You know that meme.
Wait, he was from Baltimore. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know that meme of the
a
like,
good Italian and a good Gilman.
The high school chick that's like pregnant. You know what I'm talking about? Like the black Twitter meme.
Yes.
That's That's the Gilman experience for Luigi Mangione. It wasn't actually about like healthcare or the parasitic nature of like for-profit healthcare or anything. It was actually one of these nerds that became the CEO.
Yeah. He might have just.
He was like, "I'll show you one day."
You. And I mean, he's a piece of ass. I haven't done too much. I've been here busy. I've been Hollywood Halkias. That's why I'm out here. So I haven't really kept up with.
He doesn't even know what's happening in Baltimore lore,
I
dude.
didn't know Luigi was from Baltimore. That's huge, actually.
Yeah.
Shout out to Luigi.
Yeah. He is. Italians on top.
I know. It's
Baltimore
tough.
Italians on top. They have. Like before this, I was like, I'll give the Greeks a shot. They're good. I know one representative.
Yeah.
But now
I would have loved for it to be a Greek guy that killed that guy. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
But
There are people who went to high school with him that say he was also potentially a cum-town listener.
Theo is still salvageable. Yeah, I mean, I'll believe it when I see it. But I mean, salvageable, I don't know. I guess I don't get his charisma yet. This mysterious charisma that Theo Von has. Never been a fan of Theo Von. Nothing against him, though. Well, yeah, except for the thing about where he said that the Jews own all the media. That's the only thing I really have against him. Other than that, I'm an open book. My crackpot theory is that Luigi is a willing decoy for the guy that actually committed the crime. What if he's an unwilling decoy? What if the guy that actually committed the crime is just that good? He got Luigi to be the, what do they call it? The patsy, right? It's the patsy. Like the, what's his name? Like, he may be a Cumtown listener. Okay, we gotta hear more.
Oh shit! Hell yeah! Well, then the plan.
Yeah, like leave Harvey Oswald, where they just pretend that he did it, and
the CIA psyop is finally starting to pay dividends.
It's like me and Felix are so sad. Like we've been trying for so long. Felix with his like officers program, he thinks this is gonna be a mutiny.
Wow, that's awesome.
And yet it turns out the Lord works in mysterious ways.
He does, man.
It was the CIA activation codes that Mullen.
Yeah, it only works on Italians. That makes sense. The Italian is a feeble mind. It's a feeble-minded individual. So it makes sense that it's starting with Italians, and then we're going to see other types are going to start being awakened soon.
There's also misinformation roaming the streets of the highways of disinformation, saying that he was Albanian.
No, that I couldn't abide by.
Yeah, no, I love that. Personally, when I heard that there's a likelihood that he was Albanian, regardless of the context note, I was like, no, I believe this.
Of course you do.
I believe this.
Of course you do. That's the Ottoman divide and conquer the Balkans. Set me and the Albanians against each other again.
Yeah.
Dude, I would not be able to. I'm not gonna be able to look Eldest in the eye if this guy's Albanian, dude.
Dude, he is. I mean,
it's bad enough they get they hit me with Belushi, they hit me with Elijah Dushku, half of Regis Philbin. But if they got Luigi Mangione,
be of Italo-Albanian descent,
Italo-Albanian,
come from a well-off family, awaken class consciousness of the proletariat, get sent to prison. Welcome back, Antonio Gramsci.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dude, he would wipe the table.
Yeah.
They fear him.
They
fear
do.
his powerful eyebrows.
He would probably get life in prison, right? How long do you get for a cold-blooded murder? Dude, even of like a shitty person, like we can't be having that, unfortunately. But like he would go to jail.
I mean, look,
forever,
if justice is served, then he's a free man.
He gets out.
He gets out.
If he gets out, let's say he serves
jury
20 years.
nullification.
Let's say he serves 20 years, and then can you be a felon and run or no?
You can run from prison. Donald Trump is a convict.
I've done it many times. Yeah, it's really not that hard, chat.
Yeah. Oh my god. Welcome back, dude. This is some real.
Like, haven't you read JoJo Part 6? Come on, it's easy.
OG American socialism
right
here.
Those guys with the hilarious Italian names. What the fuck were their names?
No, it's the.
If you fight hard enough, it's hard not to get out of prison.
How am I? Eugene Debs.
Yeah,
Eugene
You just keep on getting sent to the infirmary over and over again, somehow mysteriously heal up, and then you try again.
From prison.
That's true.
And this is another people's
Wasn't
champion.
somebody with Gramsci? Wasn't there another guy with him?
I don't know. Oh, Sacco and Vanzetti.
Yeah, Sacco and Vanzetti.
Yeah.
Great names. Couple of great names.
Stuff that came from like the Scientology thing.
Travolta, another Scientologist. But yeah, look, the point is none of this stuff is particularly Italian. And if it wasn't for the mafia, which by the way, I love mafia movies. I literally watched Close Friends on IG yesterday. Heinous.
I'm just trying to
did this because now they're just like gonna get a shit ton of like insane attention, negative attention. I don't think that anyone should obviously harass this boomer. No. Like, who gives a
Oh, he revealed himself? Yeah, bad move. Bad move. That's the guy that ratted him out? Oh no. Oh no.
I'm the guy who did this, because now they're just like,
yes, truly.
Dude, I have noticed that like the some parts of Pennsylvania have, I think I've talked to you about this before, like they have an identical Baltimore.
It's a little different. It runs from Pittsburgh all the way to parts of like Jersey.
Yeah.
It's really that mid-Atlantic trash accent.
There
It
is
has
a
little bit
weird,
of
there's a
difference.
weird ass like Baltimore. What's the specific region? It's
Okay, anyway, chat, we're kind of running out of time here. I don't know how much of this conversation is going to be worth watching. I kind of thought it would be a little bit like more something but or other. We gotta look at the poll again because we are coming close to the end of the stream here. Cavernacle versus Ethan Klein still ahead at 44%. Bad Empanada ends Lonerbox's career at 30%. What if Alt His Mount is Utopia at 15%, and more TYT tent at 11%. We are, however, we're at 21% of the dono goal. So if we somehow make up that extra 79% between now and the end of the stream, we'll get some bonus content. And it looks like right now it could be Cavernacle. Remember, if you've already donated, you can let me know in the comments which of these topics you want to see, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and thus helping it win. If anything wins, you'll also push the dono goal forward, so you'll make it like more likely that we'll get bonus content at all, and you will also win my undying gratitude. So that's a bonus as well. Speaking of undying gratitude, there is one group of people for whom I do have truly undying gratitude, and that is my Patreon. My Patreons help me keep the lights on, sometimes literally. Everybody that supports me on Patreon, no matter what level you do, no matter what tier you're on, you get all of my videos before they come out, in often an unedited and uncensored type of way. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, if you want to see the thing from tomorrow, today, you can sign up for my Patreon at the $5 level and higher. I also give you a fancy shout out. So let me do that now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxba. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. But yeah, remember to vote if you have not already. We got 220 of you have voted already. 220 people have voted, right? That's a lot. But you can still vote, and it will make a difference, possibly. The other thing that makes a difference is when you donate, whether that is through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you're giving memberships, or you're getting yourself a membership, if you're supporting me on Patreon, or you are donating to my throne, or if you are getting yourself a sub, or gifting subs over on Twitch, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will add a buff to the topic of your choice. Right now, Cavernacle versus Ethan Klein is winning. Bad Empanada in third place, and Mouse Utopia in third place. But anything could happen by the end of this stream. So, let's see. Let's do some Bad Hasbara next. You want to do that? You want to do a little Bad Hasbara? Oh, this is Ethan Klein talking about Bad Hasbara. Well, actually, first, this is Ethan Klein acknowledging that he said that he would cut his arm off if Trish Paytas won SNL, and then pretending to cut his arm off, which I'm not going to bore you with, but let's show you the results. Look at that. His arm's cut off. See? It's on. Then it's off. Look at that, chat. He cut his arm off. So he does the rest of the show without an arm. Anyway, that part's kind of boring. Let's go back forward to the exciting part. The part where he tries to get Matt Lieb of Bad Hasbara fired. Fired for platforming Frogan. Anyway, let's go. Let's go.
Okay. All right, let me talk about my other haters. They're all breathing.
Wait, I feel like is there something before this? Wicked Barbie mistake. Wicked interview. What? That's the Wicked interview. Oh, Ethan unlocked a new hater. That's here. That's here. Is it NCC? That's the question.
All right, let me talk about my other haters. They're all breathing easy, but they're more than just Jake Weddle out there. Everybody's coming for me this week.
Weddle.
Weddle bitch, more like. Look at this. There's a subreddit. This is like basically just an H3 snark subreddit. This post has, from 8 hours ago, has
the most moral coverage of all. True.
1,100 likes.
But before we get into the Bad Hasbara stuff, we're gonna look at. He's looking. What is he looking at? Wait, that's the official subreddit, right? Like that's H3 Productions, not an underscore. That's his subreddit. And, you know, this is what I posted on the community page. Now, I didn't make this into a big thing. Like, I think it's that Ethan has done a video on Ludwig and probably collected information and clips and stuff for that video in this folder that says Ludwig, right? I don't immediately jump to the most conspiratorial Pepe Sylvia type conclusion when somebody has a folder. But I mean, it could also mean that he's not done with Ludwig and he's still trying to, I don't know. Evidence of TOS violations for people he didn't like. Now, does anything in here say that this is about TOS violations? Doesn't look like it.
It is a screenshot from the recent Ethan Klein video I made about the anti-Semitic streamer. And it's titled, Ethan Klein revealed he had folders of evidence and TOS violations for people he didn't like, such as Ludwig, Denims, and Sanchovies.
Okay, now I never saw this other stuff. I saw the Ludwig. I saw the Jay Leno. I don't know who Sanchovies is. It sounds kind of cool. Kind of tangy, kind of salty.
And this is literally all there is just this.
Oh, TOS list. TOS list.
Why did none of them point out the Jay Leno 2024?
Yeah. The video that I just made, like, it's so obviously just a videos folder. Also,
I mean, like the fact that it says TOS list, I don't know about that.
I made a video about Ludwig. Like,
that does make it sound like you're trying to get people banned.
Hiding anything. I made a fucking video about him. Yeah, I have a video full.
Look, I wasn't going to say this at first. I was just going to say, yeah, you know, he's got a Ludwig folder. He made a video on Ludwig. It makes sense. But look at this. Look at this. What is TOS list? TOS list? What else could that be?
That has the project and the assets in it. That's how you do that.
Right.
But there's nothing here. It just says for Jay Leno, Ludwig, and video. I don't know what this was. Probably for one of the who the fuck is Sanchovies? I don't even know who that is. I know who Denims is, obviously.
Then why is it on your computer? Is this a fake screenshot? It like I thought you said it was a real. Wait, I'm so confused. Right. So if he doesn't know who this person is, then why is there a file with that name on your computer? Right? And not just your computer, the file that you had open, the thing that you were using last, ostensibly.
But
this is like Vosh. This is like Vosh trying to wriggle out. I mean, obviously it's not like Vosh in that there's no short stack goblins or AI horses doing unspeakable acts to said short-stock goblins, but it is hard to believe what is he trying to... Who's Sanchovies? I have no idea. Who put these files on my computer? No, you must have gotten hacked, Ethan.
Earlier this week, you can even add it up. This was part of...
They hacked you right during your recording of your video and you didn't notice.
Probably one of the Hassan videos I did a few weeks ago. I don't know. Yeah, fuck these... Yeah, I'm doing research on this stuff. You could just go to my... Why are they pitching this like it's some crazy grand conspiracy? And why did they even say
yeah, I don't really know.
Service violation? Where did that even come from?
I'm sorry, if you're going to try to claim... Look, I was willing to say, yeah, it's probably just research for his videos. But TOS list or TOS list or whatever the fuck that means, like that does not sound like you're just doing research. It sounds like you're trying to get people banned. Well, look, here's what we'll do, chat. We've got more with the Ethan Klein to watch. Stick around, right? This isn't the main thing that I'm going to show you about Ethan Klein. It actually involves some faces that might be familiar to you. But we're going to see by the end of this stream if Ethan is the kind of person that goes for the throat. If Ethan is always looking to try to...
Because it was so peaceful up here.
Fuck somebody over beyond possibility of recovery. If he's that kind of guy that just like, you know, any sort of slight to him means that he tries to, I don't know, get you fired, then maybe I believe that this is a TOS list. And that you're trying to get Ludwig banned, and you're trying to get Denims banned, and you're gaslighting us by saying, "I don't know what that is. Who's Sanchovies?" Well, apparently, you know enough about Sanchovies to put them on your TOS list, whatever the fuck that is. We'll see, chat, what we think.
I think because the names of those files say TOS.
We'll also see whether we get to see any bonus content. Right now, we are at 21%, so it's looking a little grim, but we'll see.
And then somebody's name.
I didn't. Okay, I don't know where that's from. I didn't.
TOS list. TOS list Denims and TOS list Sanchovies. I also have no idea who's
I'm sorry. Is he having to explain what's on his computer?
Anchovies is though, so I don't know.
Google it. I'm sure it's somebody.
Wait, is Dan taking credit for it? Is he gonna push this off and be like, "Oh no, I was on somebody else's computer"?
No, probably not.
Users Ethan. This isn't users Dan.
Twitch streamer.
Sanchovies were they part of?
Oh, I think I know. Yeah, I don't know who he is. He's just some. I'm working on a video, you guys.
Jesus Christ, you're going after Twitch streamers. That's what you're doing. I'm working on a video. I don't know. Either way, this is like, I don't know who this is.
That involves a clip of these.
He's punching down is what he's doing.
Dipshits.
Gotcha.
So yeah, big fucking surprise. It's not a conspiracy. What are we doing?
Well, you've been exposed. You've been exposed, my friend.
Well, W. Sanchovies, I guess.
Revealed that he has a folder of evidence and TOS violations for people he does not like. It's called making a video, you fucking morons. What are we talking about? These people are deranged, man.
Yeah, I just randomly called it toss list.
Oh, it's law.
It's because I want to toss them. It's a list of people I want to...
In the comments.
No, it doesn't make sense, Ethan. It doesn't make sense.
Specifically 2024 is sending me. Yeah, dipshit. Think about it a little bit harder, you fucking moron.
Well,
that was probably...
That person doesn't... I mean, that person's just laughing.
So... Well, these people, that was probably for the video he edited, yeah. Nah, dude, Ethan's crashing out, wants to take Jay Leno with him. Oh, okay, so wait, these people are actually...
That's why why are you coming at these people? None of these people seem hostile to you.
A lot of these are memes.
This is friendly fire, bro.
Oh, here, this one's good. What makes this hilarious is Keemstar had a folder with his name on it, and Ethan clowned on him mercilessly. He's becoming more and more like Keemstar every day. This is my project folders. I'm editing a video about these people. He had a fucking folder on his desktop named Etika that was completely unrelated, dude.
Fucking files on top of files.
Also, wasn't the folder that he had on you called H3 Crimes?
Yeah, H3 Crimes.
Which is
That's funny.
so
And he had
fucking
not
funny.
made any videos about me. There was nothing upcoming.
Wasn't it all just to report you to YouTube? Just to email them stuff you were doing?
I don't know. There was a period when he was bitching to YouTube about everything. Well, he got us suspended with the doll. That was the one.
Right.
We got a week.
Right.
He really is adopting Keemstar habits. Guys, it's a video folder. This sounds like Nixon and his enemies list. Holy fuck, you guys.
YouTube plumbers, dude.
Actually, legitimately unhinged behavior. It's a video file. Yeah, I post all these videos. It's on my Ethan Klein channel.
This is on the R YouTube drama subreddit, I'm seeing.
Which is like, yeah. Which
I mean,
gets. Let me.
At the end of the day, it's like.
Let me click this.
Who gives a
Ever
fuck what
since
these
he's
people
been skinny,
think? You know what I'm
he's
saying?
been pretty fucking level-headed. He has.
Let's see.
His
This is
takes
the
have been
person
pretty
that
level-headed.
posted it. How much you want to bet that they're active in Snark? Let's see. They're active in Cobra Kai? That's just weird, man. It's time to move on.
No mercy.
It's time to find a new fucking movie to like, dude.
Whoa, we got 5 more episodes, coming out next year.
Okay, all right. So maybe they're.
It's solid.
Yeah.
Sanchovies is a league streamer?
It's got to be here, guys. It's got to be here.
What are you doing? Not on screen.
I was looking for cross.
Oh, you're just seeing if they are a member of the Snark subreddit?
Yeah.
Well.
Gokuto. Cobra Kai.
Watch where he goes with this.
Gokunaru?
Yeah, it might be a Gokunaru resurgence.
Gokunaru alt?
The YouTube subreddit is a little bit wider, I think. It's like more
It's definitely
normie.
wider.
Yeah.
But I see like Snark cross posts that just get like insane brainless upvotes.
Yeah.
So anyway, shout out to these dipshits who discovered my video projects folder of public videos.
They got you, dude.
It's my grand conspiracy.
You're owned.
Yeah, I'm making a video. And if those people should be worried, they should be. Because I'm crazy. And I'm working on something. It's not about.
Ethan, considering that your last project got like 53K views and just was roundly ignored, go ahead and work on something. The only people that are going to be excited about this are people that are covering your fucking downfall.
About them. It's probably just.
We got something big from Ethan coming up. So yeah, watch this space, chat. Watch this space.
A clip of them. And a larger project.
If you ever do a new show, you should call it Crash Out.
Crashing Out?
Crash Out. Yeah.
It's actually kind of good.
I
Not
know.
bad.
It hit me when you mentioned it in your last Ethan Klein video.
Crashing out my basement?
Yeah, crashing out in the basement.
I'm taking it back for myself, reappropriating.
I like it.
And then finally, shout out.
Wait, you got to hear this chat. And this is, you know what? Thank you for sharing this, Sierra Sindrell, because I think it illustrates my point about the discourse on our YouTube drama. Someone left multiple comments on that thread saying Ethan bullied Etika to the point of unaliving.
Me?
I told them they had it wrong and it was Keem. They said, I could be mistaken, but I don't think so.
What? I've never heard anyone say that. Like, that's literally a
But
new
this
thing.
is just like, shouldn't let these people bother you, even more so than the snarkers. At least the snarkers are actually engaged. These people think you and Keemstar are the same person.
Yeah.
Literally.
Ethan looking like Kash Patel these days, trying to read the teleprompter.
But isn't that like the anti-Semitic Jewish trope? You know, like anything that's wrong in the world, blame the Jew. Mm-hmm. I see what
yeah.
I feel like that's a trope that you're establishing. Anybody that sees something that's wrong with you is anti-Semitic, but
no, actually, was it Keemstar? No, it was Ethan, Jew.
wait, is Keemstar Jewish? Is that what I don't understand what the connection is. Is it that he's being conflated with Keemstar?
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is an exec.
Oh, here we go. First mention of Matt Lieb. Now, if you don't know, Matt Lieb did a Bad Hasbara episode with Frogan a few weeks ago. Not a few weeks ago, maybe last week. I don't know. It was not long ago. And just gave Frogan a chance to tell her side of the story and talked about, you know, kind of what she'd dealt with, talked a little bit about Ethan Klein. And sure enough, Matt Lieb is now finding himself on Ethan's targets list. Now, is he just gonna maybe clap back? Is he gonna, you know, is it gonna be kind of like he meets it with equal smoke to what he's getting from Matt Lieb, or do you think he's just gonna go way beyond the pale, right? Because remember, this is how we're gonna tell if we think that Ethan is creating videos in the near future, and TOS list is just some fanciful word that he came up to describe that, or B, if Ethan is actually going to try to get his enemies banned because he is a man baby and he has to take shit way too far and he doesn't care about other people's well-being or their ability to make money. Which do you think it is, chat? Which do you think it is? Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. EZZB, you just got weaseled. I am Jane Doe, you just got weaseled. Chazarus, you just got weaseled. The Bridge Nation, you just got weaseled. And Pump Hiono, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
A producer for Good Mythical Morning, who's a big part of their team, apparently.
Affairs.
Has a podcast called Bad Hasbara, in which he brought on...
So we're immediately connecting this to his main gig, right? You know, he does Bad Hasbara, the channel is starting to grow, but his main gig is working for Good Mythical Morning. We're immediately connecting to his job, to his livelihood. There's just no second thought. You cross Ethan, you're done for.
To cry and bitch about getting banned for her insanely terrible behavior, the hummus racial tier list, and the wishing American soldiers get PTSD. He's like, yeah, you are being targeted.
Yeah, good question, Isaiah.
And they're reacting to a clip of me in which this guy, Matt Lieb, says something so horrifically fucked up that I believe either he needs to he actually does need to apologize and clarify. Like, it's total scumbag shit. Let me play it.
About this, that this is it must be a perpetual state of affairs, and it also points out the obvious, which is that, like,
DJ Giga with a game theory, in fact. I do feel maybe Dan Saltman created those files and sent them to Ethan, but Ethan is participating. I feel like the way the file is named is more Dan style. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Like, it's not like a way a boomer would name a file. And not that Ethan's a boomer. He's literally not one, but I always forget this guy's like 30-something. Not 50-something.
At the end of the day, he's like the only answer here. You know, he says 2 states, and it's like I think he knows full well that is not going to happen.
Right.
First of all, bro, nobody even wants a 1 state. What kind of fucking like insane you?
No. The point is that they've prevented a 2 state from happening. Like, Netanyahu has bragged about it. Netanyahu has celebrated it. Like, I stopped a 2-state solution from happening. So what is the one that's left? What is the one that's left?
The Palestinians and the Jews both don't want 1 state. Look at every
if you're gonna try if
fucking poll, the desire for it is at like single digits in both camps.
So the only answer here is ethnic cleansing and genocide. And it's him allowing for it because at the end of the day, and this is not uncommon, it's not just him, but, you know.
Or at the very least, apartheid, continued apartheid.
The value of human life here goes far in favor of the loves Sabra category, if you know what I mean.
First of all, I love the dog whistle. I do know what you mean, Matt. And I'm so glad.
I love the bad faith. He's making a joke based on your distortion of the meaning of the tier list. That is not him accidentally admitting that Frogan was making a racist tier list. he's going with your definition as a joke, as a sarcastic way of saying that, which you would know if you were a comedian, which you're supposed to be, because you're supposed to be a comedy podcast. But I don't know. I guess charitability and comedy leaves you when you're mad, when your feelings have been hurt.
That you pointed that out.
When somebody tells you you're not the good person that you think you are, which you're not. You're clearly not, and you've never been. You've never been a good person.
While trying to excuse her racist, disgusting, fucking anti-Semitic behavior on stage of putting Jews on the bottom and Arabs on the top of their tier list, you go, no, it's just hummus. But also, love Sabra, if you know what I mean. I'm talking about Jews, nudge, nudge. It's like, yeah, fucking moron.
Is he gonna, I mean, is it... So, I mean, like, the context is that Matt Lieb is also Jewish. He's almost, it's like he's, for the, somebody who didn't know that, oh, interesting, chat. The color that is erased by the green screen is actually like orange, right? The Dayquil is disappearing.
Moron, you just proved my point, you fucking imbecile.
Like, for him...
There we go. Let's be incredibly bad faith and take an obvious joke as being something else.
Specifically, it's like, it's Jews are the more worthy of the land,
That is such a fucking obscenely disgusting...
How dare you imply that there's some sort of racist motive at work in this apartheid state? How dare you imply that there's gambling in this casino?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, shame on him. It's crazy that you would even say that. That you think I'm a Jewish supremacist, that Jews are more entitled to the land because I said I'm in favor of a two-state solution. Like, this is absolutely psych. This is psych.
Yeah. Like, who gets the
psychotic. It's psychotic. What is wrong with you, dude?
I mean, somebody's definitely crashing out here, but it's not Matt Lieb.
So doing some like good, deep level anti-Semitism, he goes, it's not just Ethan, it's a lot of Jews. This is very common. And they think that Jews just deserve the land and Palestinians do not. It's like, you are fucking not only characterizing...
Look, you're not just calling him a self-hater, you are obscuring the fact that he is saying this from his perspective as a Jewish person.
That way, but painting a broad brush against...
I'm sure if you asked him about it, he'd be like, no, I'm sure everyone knew.
Tons of other Jewish folks like me just accusing every Jew of being, or most...
And in his mind, every Jewish person is in favor of the same, racist colonialist bullshit. That's more anti-Semitic, I think, than anything that...
Or lots of Jews of being Jewish supremacists, which is just not true. It's
It's his whole thing where he's like 90% of Jews are in favor of Israel. So
it's fucking disgusting. And I dare you to point to one example of me ever saying anything like that. I mean, people could just say that shit and it's just accepted. It's fucked up, man. Like, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning. This guy's...
So he's going to call Good Mythical Morning and he's going to tell them your dude is an anti-Semite.
Apparently works like for the most brand-friendly fucking show on earth, and he's
all
saying
that's gonna happen is like
fuck.
And if you don't fire him, I'm gonna make a big stink about it, and I'm gonna come after your sponsors. I'm gonna come after everything. So give me my way. Fire the man that offended me.
You, man.
It is a little surprising.
Yeah,
I have no idea who this person is, and
I recognize him.
I will admit, I'm not a regular Good Mythical Morning viewer.
Because I saw the clip and they were saying he's like
surprise.
a big producer for Good Mythical Morning.
Right, yeah.
I wonder what Rhett and Link's stance is on me being a Jewish supremacist. What a disgusting, shameful act of bigotry from both of them. And while running defense for Frogan, who is the most vile, disgusting, hateful, moron, anti-Semitic, talentless, two-time star winner, rising star.
You always say that, and I have to correct you every time.
Yeah, is Frogan in the room with us right now, Ethan? I don't know. You make Frogan out to be like this evil genius or something.
She only won once.
She won once, nominated twice.
Right.
It's not as fun.
You said two-time winner.
But She's a 2-time star. Once, how do I? Then how should I phrase it?
She was nominated, but she only won once.
Okay, but how do I?
Two-time nominee.
Two-time nominee, one-time
rising
winner.
Star. Okay, that's almost more insulting because she never even got it. Well, it's funny that she won it once and then was nominated again. That's funny. That's hilarious.
I think it's sadder to win it twice. If she had won it twice, that's truly.
She won.
That's
it
kind of
once
embarrassing.
and got nominated again, though. How pitiful is that?
But she didn't win, so she
got nominated though. Like
she only won once. That to me, that's the end all be all. That's all that matters.
Why the
she only
fuck
won
would
once.
you be nominated again? That's so pitiful.
Listen, I don't have any input on the streamies or whatever the fuck we're talking about.
Who's our rising star this year? How about the person that won last year? That's like, imagine how little they think of her.
Is this not? Are we not talking about Cutie Cinderella's like Twitch awards
It
or
is
whatever?
her Twitch award, yeah.
I don't think it's that.
How the fuck do you nominate the rising star winner the next year?
It's just.
I don't think they're intentionally trying. I don't think they're intentionally trying to insult her. But objectively, let's stop pretending like that's not hilarious.
I'm just saying it's only like maybe a tiny, tiny little step up above the Steamies, and we, like the amount
They take
of like.
themselves way more seriously, my friend.
Do they? I mean,
yeah, they just did it, and everyone showed up in like tuxedo.
Yeah.
Actually, there was a hilarious clip. Maybe you can.
I mean, we did that. We did it at the Dolby. I'm just saying. It's
No. They take themselves very seriously.
Okay.
They really do. There's a funny clip of Hassan shows up at the red carpet, and they don't let him stand in front of the brands. They move him off. It's fucking awesome.
Like in a self-aware way, or like a.
No, it was very awkward. Can you pull it? It's very funny.
Ooh.
And this isn't like a hate video. It's just funny. So anyway,
I don't even know what to begin Googling to find that, to be honest.
Hassan
moved out from in front of brands.
Yeah, at the Streamer Awards.
Spill.gg.
Spill it. Spill it on me, baby.
It's a Mizkif clip, apparently. Is that what you saw?
Oh yeah. Ms. Cliff's reacting to it.
Hassan, quickly, come on, real quick. 30 seconds, fuck out of here. Just get your interview out of the way. I don't care if you piss your pants.
What are you dropping? I'm just dropping my bag. Oh, let's go over in the backdrop. Wait, are we moving?
We gotta move for Hassan, actually. Hassan's too big, apparently.
Go over there, go back there.
Yeah, what?
No, stay over here, stay over here.
So we saw this before. That's Stable Ronaldo and Will Neff. Stable Ronaldo standing in front of a screen of sponsors, and he brings Hassan over for his interview. The camera crew tells them to stand in front of the hedge instead of standing in front of the sponsor screen. And Miskiff's going to react to this and act like, whoa, they won't let Hassan near the sponsors. Whoa, he's not brand friendly. He's he's a bad look. And, he's mining clips. He's doing the same thing that he was doing last time. I don't know. Like, I halfway don't want to cut him a break. I don't know how Hassan always cuts him. Oh, he's just mining clips for LSF. Yeah, he's just lying about you. No big deal, Hassan. But anyway, they have him stand against the hedge. There are different explanations for this. One is like what they're wearing stands out against that better. Another is that I don't know. There's a bunch of different possibilities, jumping to the conclusion that it's because he's not brand friendly when he did stand in front of his screen with the sponsors. At another point is a little bit ridiculous.
She said trust her.
Hassan's not allowed to stand in front of the sponsors.
That's literally what happened. Like, there's no other way.
I guess you can't really. I mean, unless it's
the mic, maybe the mic cable.
No shot.
Wow, dude,
they were freaking out as he was walking over there. Well, try it again. Watch it again.
And then he got told he has to stay there.
Yeah, dude. There's no way.
That actually sucks.
Oh.
Pressing buttons and keys.
I'm a little hesitant to believe it just because it's Miskiff. I know he's been milking these live stream fail videos.
Well, you can find the unedited clip. I feel like there's no other way to interpret that. It's funny either way. Whatever.
It might be a clip
I wouldn't want him in front of my brand. You know what I mean? I am against terrorism. Fully. I do not show
unless it's Yoav Gallant.
Propaganda on this channel. And you can send that
propaganda. Yeah, no Hasbara here.
Promise to my sponsors. Right? I don't think I do. Have I ever shared propaganda? Whenever I say something that definitive, you can almost bet that I have done it. Can't think of one, can you, buddy? That's right. Anyway, fuck Matt Lieb and fuck Frogan. What a talent.
That's a great way to end a clip, right? You know how like I always dunk on Vosh, and I'm like, yeah. Anyway, fuck Vosh, fuck Sanderhall.
Actually, is
you use the.
I always make sure I'm really mad when I end a segment.
ISIS theme song a few times. I know it's for a joke, but remember you.
The thing is, most like claims that you'd assume that most people like never like platformed a terrorist or something like that. It doesn't necessarily go for Ethan Klein. He's had a long and storied career.
Does that count?
Early days of the podcast, I seem to remember you saying the ISIS national anthem is fire, and you would play
I think
it.
we listened to a remix of it.
Okay.
There was like a.
I was really racking my brain trying to think of the closest, and that's the closest thing.
Advisory, are you okay? I kept seeing your I noticed earlier the Stream Elements bot was like deleting your messages. It looks like you're back though. Why is he Matt Lieb? Maybe why is he mad at Matt Lieb? Do you want me to show you? I don't know how much of chat. Do you want me to show you? I don't know how much of chat like saw this, right? One in chat if you want to see this.
Ridiculous conversations with people, and
some of you have already seen, like, right? Some of you may have watched Bad Hasbara. Some of you watched this with me. I don't know. I'm assuming most of you have not, right? But this is what Ethan is reacting to, in case anybody's
trying to get them
unclear.
Basic shit, like Gaza is under occupation. Like they wouldn't even do that. Some of them, and then there was some who would. They would be like, Israel is an apartheid state. Israel is racist. Israel has a right-wing genocidal cabinet. Some people just love razor wire. Thank you, Adam. And like they would get that far, but then as soon as it was like, so you should not be supporting this war effort, they'd be like, well, what else can they do? And it drove me insane. Like people were, they cared more about the fear of a possible genocide against the Jewish people while, actual genocide was happening to people in Gaza. So this videos came from those conversations, and I was kind of baffled as to why people thought I was talking about Ethan Klein, because I don't.
Yeah. So chat, if you don't know about Bad Hasbara, this is the song whose I opened with this song, with the song from the podcast, right? At the beginning of every podcast, it goes like this.
We invented the cherry tomato and Waze USB drives and the Iron Dome. Israeli salad, Uzi Stenson, Jaffa's orange grows. Microchips is us, iPhone cameras us, taco salads us, Bodavamos us, Olive Garden us, White Cross for us, Sabra Hamas, Hasbara us.
Yes, the world's most moral podcast. Matt Lieb likes to make parodies of songs and stuff like that. So he kind of put together this track to, for Bad Hasbara. And the word Hasbara, if you aren't familiar, it means something like explanation, right? The literal meaning of Hasbara is something like explanation. But the way that it's used colloquially is to describe an official explanation of the Israeli government, which might be serving certain propaganda purposes, right? So in effect, it's used to mean propaganda, even though the literal meaning of the word is just explanation.
is if you've got a subreddit dedicated to people talking shit about you. And yeah, it was posted there, and people just were thinking I was doing a parody of him, which wasn't the case. I had no idea why they thought it would be Ethan, because when I was making these videos, I was pulling from conversations that I had been having with people in my life who, despite being proudly progressive or anti-racist or leftist before October 7th, they had slipped into a pro-Israel Hasbara-pilled frame of mind. So I'd talk to them and I'd try to see if I could get them to follow their own progressive logic. If racism bad and apartheid bad, then supporting racist apartheid state doing war
also bad.
And I couldn't get them to see these principles through, and it was very frustrating. I kept hitting this brick wall of perceived anti-Semitism, right? And I couldn't understand the way they could square being I'm anti-racist and I'm pro-Israel, and it just it made me crazy. So I decided to make these videos, because it's the only way I could vent my frustration in a way that other people can understand. And I had a lot of these ridiculous conversations with people, and trying to get them to admit basic shit like Gaza is under occupation. They wouldn't even do that, some of them. And then there was some who would. They would be Israel is an apartheid state, Israel is racist, Israel has a right-wing genocidal cabinet. Some people just love razor wire. Thank you, Adam. And they would get that far, but then as soon as it was so you should not be supporting this war effort, they'd be well, what else can they do? And it drove me insane. People were,
So yeah, he's taking a little time sort of describing a video that he made that people saw and thought that they thought that it was real. It was a parody of Ethan Klein, but he's saying it's actually a parody of a lot of people that he knew that seemed to have the kinds of values which would cause. Here, let me show you the video. People who are otherwise on the right side of most issues of, anti-racism, and for whatever reason, they do not apply those rules to the situation in Gaza.
I have to say that I actually do agree with a lot of what the pro-Palestinian left has to say about Israel. The occupation is awful and it needs to end. The settlers are crazy, and we have to do something about that. Netanyahu is a criminal. He's going to lead Israel to ruin.
So people saw this and they thought he was doing an impression of Ethan Klein.
17 years
that he was referencing Ethan Klein, and he's saying, no, it wasn't about. It was about
siege of Gaza has been brutal, and it is completely unconscionable. I agree that Israel is essentially, in parts of it, an apartheid state. But the one thing is, after the 7th. The thing is that I don't care anymore. I'm bad now. Because, here's the thing. After the 7th, I just kind of realized if it's us or them, then it's got to be us. No more them. I've never thought I could be a fascist, but I think I'm a fascist now. And it's kind of great because I have all these new friends. Me and Amy Schumer and the ugly guy from Stranger Things. And I'm getting all these new job opportunities. And I'm okay, if this is what... I didn't know that fascism came with stuff. If I had known that, I'd have been a fascist a long time ago. It's kind of nice too, because now I get to be ooh, I'm bad. So I'm just gonna be bad now. I can still believe all that other stuff too, but just not now. I'm gonna wait till later. But for now, I'm gonna be bad. Okay. Bye-bye.
So that's the video. Some of you have seen that, and it was at a time before I had done this podcast, right? So as soon as I put that out, I started getting replies from people being oh shit, shots fired, Ethan Klein, like, oh, this is about Ethan, isn't it? And it got like posted on like a subreddit that's just Ethan Klein haters, which is, it's crazy. That's how you know you've made it, is if you've got a subreddit dedicated to people talking shit about you. And yeah, it was posted there, and people just were thinking I was doing a parody of him. Which wasn't the case. I had no idea why they thought it would be Ethan, because so like when I was making these videos, I was pulling from conversations that I had been having with people in my life who, despite being like proudly progressive or like anti-racist or leftist before October 7th, they'd slipped into like a pro-Israel Hasbara-pilled frame of mind. So I'd talk to them and I'd try to see if I could get them to like follow their own progressive logic, you know, like if racism bad and apartheid bad, then supporting racist apartheid state doing war also bad. And I couldn't get them to like.
So yeah, anyway, that's the TLDR
clips that I had seen. It seemed like he had like some moral. I don't understand them. So I've never really seen his shit before. I've just seen clips. It's a pretty good show on HBO. I just don't understand streams. I know they exist. I don't understand them. So I've never really seen his shit before. I've just seen clips. And post October 7th, I kind of thought like Ethan was fine because of some of the clips that I had seen. It seemed like he had like some moral clarity. And I'm going to play some of those clips for you now.
So many Gazan.
This is from October 9th.
They're going to die because of Israel. Because the Israel government is fucking barbaric, genocidal freaks. And I hate them.
Here come the black helicopter.
Wait, is Schultz writing for Israel now? I don't know. I don't know what Andrew Schultz is.
Fuck, I know. I hear
you criticize Israel.
You know what I mean? The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs.
This is from October 12th.
They're led by Netanyahu.
By the way, this is from a stream or episode of a show that he used to do with streamer Hassan Piker. Yeah.
Who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Okay. He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%.
Adam just wrote, I don't think the White House should have let him stream from there. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, you know, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead like 5-year-old daughter. I mean, and there was another one that like, as a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old.
When I first saw that, you know, again, this was October 12th, I think they said is when that stream was. And to have like December happen, you know, we get to December, I make this, you know, these liberal Zionist videos and people are like, oh, this is Ethan. I was confused. It was like, I don't think you need to worry about your guy, you know, like just based on the people I was talking to, I was like, it seems.
So he's saying he didn't think that Ethan was like this. He made this video, and at the time, he would not have categorized Ethan in that way.
He may have whatever reservations, but it seems like he's almost all the way there. Like, I don't know what's going on in that world, and I have no interest in finding out. Like, the idea of like going through the amount of research that I did just to do this episode. Yeah, never again will I have to watch this much streaming content. But that's not to say this is worse. I know that this isn't any better than streaming. I'm like, you know, for me, I was watching Ethan Klein stuff and I was like, why am I doing this? But anyways, I was confused. I didn't know why people were saying this. So I kind of like, you know, ignored. I was like, you know, whatever. It's the internet. People think there's like an imminent Zionist heel turn he's going to make. And, you know, I kind of felt like, sure, he has his reservations, but there's nothing like an actual genocide being committed by a regime that you deem is genocidal to make you feel silly, complaining about people putting air quotes around Israeli salad or whatever. So I was like, you know, whatever reservations will surely be gone at some point, because he's going to be so disgusted as he was, you know, in that video about what the Israeli government is doing. So I didn't worry about it. And then I don't know what the fuck happened, but all of a sudden I started seeing this kind of shit.
Today, my friends, we are going to play the exciting game here. You at home, play along. We're going to play, is it Twitch or is it a terrorist?
The canned laughter on top of the unfunny joke is like just what makes it pop.
Let's take a look here, guys.
So for those of you listening, now he has two images next to each other. One is Osama bin Laden and one is Hassan Piker. And so clearly I missed whatever the fuck happened. I was like, how did we get here? You know, what is going on with this guy? And so I started doing research and, you know, and trying to like find out what happened to make Ethan's brain do this. I had to like look at a bunch of clips, and I found one, ironically, with the help of his wife, Hila, who posted a list of clips.
Ooh.
She was actually pro-Palestine.
Ooh.
On their own subreddit. She had like posted that. I was like, oh, this seems like a good resource. And I think I found one that explains pretty much everything going on in his brain.
So hard to pull myself.
This is from
some kind
March
of central
2nd.
ground where we.
Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hunter Biden's laptops, you just got weaseled. Kate, you just got weaseled. Mitzi Varela, you just got weaseled. SPF 1234, you just got weaseled. And Nick, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
We can have a real conversation about this stuff. I'm pulled myself all the way to, you know, outright saying that it's apartheid, that it's genocide, that the Israeli government is committing. And so, but you still want to call me a racist and a
need bone phones to block out this bone zone?
Genocide and a Zionist. Why would you call me a Zionist if it wasn't just, oh, you're a fucking Jew? When I have said all the things that you want to hear from me, I want to meet you right in the fucking middle, and you still spit in my face. So give me a fucking break. Who's the problem? Scumbag. Scumbag. And I don't, you know what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the Hassan situation, the Bushnell situation. I mean, there's a lot of things that happened last year, right? There was a lot of steps towards Ethan becoming whatever the fuck he is now.
I'm gonna say this because it pissed me the fuck off. And being an anti-Semite openly and proudly is now likes on Twitter. Frogan, she tweeted out, she goes,
see, the thing is, it is likes on Twitter. There are a lot of anti-Semites on Twitter, and they're celebrated, and they're uplifted, and they're retweeted by Elon. But you choose Frogan. You choose to talk about Frogan.
My Zion.
Why is Frogan bad? Because Frogan had a tier list that had Sabra Hummus as being the opposite of, like, can say Habibi. It's a joke that is not anti-Semitic in nature. It's not meant to mean anything, but Ethan just found something and twisted it, and he's got a whole company to believe it enough to like ban 5 people for 1 month when they only banned Asmongold, who actually did endorse genocide, for 14 days.
I have a problem with my Zionist therapist. Just call him a fucking Jew. I'm sorry, but that you can't talk like that about any other fucking minority. I had a problem with my Zionist therapist. What'd you talk your Zionist therapist?
So I think I've figured it out.
Yeah. If in the course of therapy, like your therapist talks about your identity, and you know, Frogan is is Lebanese. It's not too hard to figure out that you might not want to see that therapist. Right? You might want to see, like, right, Zionism as a philosophy is not the type of thing that should really come up in therapy. And if it's coming up and the only reason you can figure why is because you are Lebanese, then, you know, maybe there's something.
I think I understand. There are two things that made Ethan this way. One, not knowing anything about Zionism or Israel. And two, Frogan, who is our next guest.
Yo.
Everyone else, please welcome our most moral guest.
Look, I feel like we got to keep getting Frogan elected as like the up and comer, just to piss off Ethan.
This episode, it is the streamer Frogan. Hey.
Watching that was such a wild ride.
Wasn't it?
Yes.
Especially like the.
So yeah, this is what Ethan's mad about.
Right? Where you're watching like what I see is definitely like real emotion. Like he's seeing all of these horrible images. Only 5 days after October 7th, you know, it just kind of reminds you how quickly that shit went. Like how immediate the aftermath was.
Yeah. Like, to be honest, like him and I, our like beef started literally right at October 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The beef started with you guys at October 7th.
So now here's something that I don't think a lot of people understand, right? Because there are some tweets of Frogan that have been construed in a certain way that I think is not accurate to where she was actually coming from. And she's going to explain that.
That's what you said?
Yeah. Everything started between him and I like around October 7th. I think like October 12th is like when he came after me initially.
Oh, interesting. Because it's funny. I'm watching that and I'm going like trying to pin the radicalization. And so I just kind of assumed like as the months went on, that he was being fed a slow diet of Hasbara and had completely changed his tune, but he was already going after you then. What was he? What was going on that he was going after you then?
So what happened is on October 7th, in the early hours, I want to say it was like 5 o'clock in the morning my time. Whenever I tweeted it, it was announced that like Palestinians were breaking down the wall. I didn't know anything else happening. It was just like Palestinians broke down the wall. So I tweeted, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of revolution, but whenever people in the Middle East do it, it's bad.
Yeah. I think I saw that tweet. I saw that tweet. Yeah.
At that point in the time, I didn't know what was happening. All I knew, the only news that was reported was Palestinians broke down the wall.
Yeah.
And it was like 5 o'clock in the morning Eastern. Yeah. So then after I tweeted that, Ethan unfollowed me. And then I talked about it in a Discord server, and I was like, Ethan Klein unfollowed me. I'm sad. And then I made a joke. I was like, Ethan, I'll support the IDF. Just refollow me. Because like Ethan was one of my favorite content creators. Like he was genuinely one of my favorite content creators.
Yeah.
Destiny's people screenshotted it, posted it to Reddit.
Destiny, for those of you who don't know, is just another fucking guy. Who cares? He's a liberal Zionist psychopath. From what I can tell.
Oh geez. Yeah, I gotta disavow the combination of that with we were talking about Destiny here. That's what Matt Lieb is talking about. But that's the exact formulation of things that Twitch said that if I were to say, I would be in trouble for.
He chose an angle on October 7th and then got yelled at and decided to make it his entire, like the hill he was going to die on. That's from what I can tell. Yeah.
So they posted it to Reddit. Ethan saw it, and then I tweeted also. I also tweeted. I was like, not one of my favorite content creators and following me because I'm pro-Palestine. And then he quote retweeted it and was like, the reason why I unfollowed you is this, and then he did like a whole episode about it, and then from there it's just been the spiral.
It's been crazy to kind of see it. For me, I'm watching it all kind of like after the fact, and so like I'm picking up all of this stuff as what I would consider like a normie, right? Like someone who's like doesn't really.
Yeah, unfortunately, Narwhal, we don't have to beg Twitch to get sassy. They're sassy. They're out of the gate sassy. But yeah, I feel like they should understand that Matt Lieb is a Jewish man saying that, and he's not using that terminology to signal some kind of a dog whistle.
Know too much about streams, and that kind of that community of like internet personalities. Like I know Hassan, and I know this one guy who does music, Anthony Fantana. He's great.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah.
These are the Twitch streamers he knows.
He's pretty sick. But
I don't follow Anthony on Twitch. I didn't realize that he did.
Yeah, so it's been interesting to watch because it seems like you have been such a focal point for him as like someone to attack. And I just want to, before we continue talking about this guy, tell me about yourself and tell like our audience about you, like what kind of content you do, and yeah.
So my name is Frogan. I started doing content creation in 2021. I became a full-time content creator in 2022. I used to be a public health scientist, and then I just transitioned into streaming full-time. I mostly do just chatting. I do reacts. I do commentary, mostly on like reality TV. I barely talk politics, but like whenever October 7th happened, it be sprinkled in. Because I feel like growing up Lebanese, everything happening in the Middle East is like the first like political issue you learn growing up. My dad had Al Jazeera on 24/7. So I was like, okay, like this is something I actually feel knowledgeable about, and I feel like I could actually talk about it. But even then, like politics right now is not a focal point for me, but just a sprinkle of politics.
That's interesting. I mean, I feel like this is not an uncommon story, at least with a lot of the people who make content, like in that world, there's a bunch of people I know, and myself included. Like before this podcast, my other podcasts are about Sopranos rewatch podcast, and now it's a Mad Men rewatch podcast. It's like, and that's not to say that I don't talk politics or that I haven't in the past. I worked for AJ Plus, which is like Al Jazeera's online channel. I've been, an anti-Zionist Jew for a long time. And but it wasn't it just wasn't a thing that is a niche thing. Being an anti-Zionist Jew, it was like there was already so many layers of like knowledge you had to have in order for anyone to understand that type of content, that I was like, well, who would I be making this for? Like 15 other anti-Zionist Jews. And then after the 7th, a lot of people changed. One of my favorite content creators on YouTube, Indy Nile. I don't know if you've seen Indy Nile's stuff. Palestinian, who I think he lives in, I want to say the Netherlands, but I don't know, somewhere in Europe. And he was talking about reality shows on his channel, and he's does drag, amazing drag. And then ever since the 7th, he like really started making these incredible video essays about Palestine and about Zionism and all that stuff. And it's like, for a lot of people, especially if you're Arab, if you're Palestinian, like you're forced into being political because you see with your own eyes stuff that is blatantly racist, and that if roles were reversed, the entire world would be outraged. The Western world would be outraged. Like if it were Jews, 2.3 million Jews in a concentration camp in Gaza being bombed to death. So it's like, it's interesting, just that you're like, hey, I was doing content about reality shows, and fucking then this started happening, and you start getting attacked by this guy. So it kind of it seems to have continued from there.
Yeah, it's wild how much, you see some people with vitriol that doesn't really go anywhere and they just kind of stay mad. Ethan Klein is the opposite in terms of how many people he's hurt. Now, I don't want to overstate this or attribute stuff to Ethan that is, due to multiple sources of agitation, right? Those being Dan Saltman and DGG and Destiny as well. But every politics streamer on Twitch is now demonetized. If they are talking about anything more controversial, then the United States government has 3 branches of government: the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. And every 4 years, the United States votes in an election to choose a new president. House of Representative members are selected every 2 years, and senators are selected every 6 years. Anything beyond that, you're demonetized for politics. Everybody. That was that is Twitch's solution. They've literally hurt a ton of people that are just trying to do some good in the world.
You were making pro-Palestine.
Yeah, and on top of that, what he's done going after Frogan, just there's no end to the. And the idea that you attack Hassan Piker, first during the election, but also during what you admit is a human rights abuse of our times going on, when Hassan is one of the few voices standing up to that. You want to shut him down. Ethan Klein has caused so much fucking harm. It would be funny because he does seem pathetic, but it's not funny because it's hurting real people. And
posts and talking about it, and at some point, have you and Ethan, have you ever had a conversation?
No.
Mm-mm. Crazy. Well, it's I want to say it's just so, it's kind of blatantly racist that he just made you his focal point of what a terrorist sympathizer is. You and Hassan seem to be the ones he will not stop talking about.
It's insane. Watching I don't.
Yeah, you're right, Macro. If you start to get into the actual nature of our current judicial system, you'll probably lose that monetization. Just anything that could possibly be controversial at all, it's just no monetization for that. So yeah, I thank you to the subs on YouTube. You are the only way I am getting paid for. Or sorry, well, thank you to all the supporters, right? But especially to the subs on Twitch, because they have taken monetization away. And luckily for me, I'm a YouTube girl. I am primarily on YouTube. That is my bread and butter. But it does definitely hurt, and especially at a time when I'm trying to save up enough money to be able to get out of the country and to avoid whatever the hell is coming down the line with Trump. I do want to keep streaming, Chad. I do plan to keep on streaming, but I feel like I need to stream from a safer place.
I don't want to say downfall, but basically the end of leftovers, all of October. I was it was insane because he kept bringing me up on leftovers as well. I think the final episode was an impromptu one on Hassan's stream where he brought Ethan on, and it was just one thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. is he said that he doesn't think that Palestinians and Israelis could exist in like a one-state solution.
Yeah.
And I was just like, okay. I think he said that.
The choreographic. What am I saying? The choreography of the weasels is quite amazing. BCAT K. All in unison. Wait, what's a phenomenal? Oh, Bad Hasbara is a phenomenal podcast for sure.
Palestinians
would kill all the Jews.
Yes, and I was like, I was like, okay, I'm just like, then what the fuck do you want the solution to be?
And it's a particular kind of manifestation of colonial guilt. That in particular, we've seen this before from Vosh in his argumentation. Talking about settlers and colonized people, and the assumption that self-determination for a colonized people is tantamount to the colonized people endorsing the colonized people genociding the colonizers, even when the situation, the objective power relations is the exact opposite. And the people that are getting genocided are actually the colonized. But it's this weird logic of no, but we couldn't possibly give them self-determination or enfranchise them within the state. Otherwise, they're going to do to us what we've done to them. This is in the mind of, American racism as well.
Yeah. Yes, keep going on that.
Obviously, a one state solution. I think everybody could coexist. Granted, it would take work, but I don't think they'd be Palestinians killing anybody because of it. You know what I mean? But after that, I was just like, you know what? Fuck this guy.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know. Obviously, he talks about feeling.
Oh God, I didn't even see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Why you're objecting to talking about the judicial branch? Jeez.
I just don't know where he stands. But so after November, he kind of calmed down for a bit, and then in February, I went to therapy for the first time in 5 years, because I had a traumatic experience at therapy where my therapist was a Zionist.
Yes.
You know how whenever you're in therapy, you give them your background lore, and you're like, oh, my dad fled Lebanon in the 90s.
Yeah.
And then she was like, I'm Israeli. Do you have an issue with that? And I was like, no. But then her question started being do you have any resentment towards your religion because of the things your dad has done to you? When I never even brought that up.
What?
Just shit like that. And I was just like, okay.
Yeah.
Next therapy session, I was like, okay, I'm Arab. Do you have an issue with me? I reversed the question. I was like, oh, so now you're reversing it on me. And then I just stopped going to therapy. That was a background story for that.
But what's interesting about this is that that he took such offense at this tweet. Well, number one, it's again, it's showing this complete ignorance of what Zionism is. He's constantly from what I've seen, he just keeps conflating Zionism and being Jewish as the same thing. And he claims to have a working definition of Zionism, but it's completely devoid of any historical context. It's his definition of Zionism seems to be it just means that you believe that there should be a Jewish state, not that there should be a Jewish state in Palestine, not that all of Palestine belongs to the Jews, not that therefore ethnic cleansing is justified because it is part of the belief that in order to have a Jewish state, you need an ethnic demographic majority. It's just it's as simple as.
And there's never any comparison of that to let's say American conservative anti-immigrant philosophy, which purports that there is a great replacement theory. This is a literal anti-Semitic conspiracy theory in the United States that comes from an anxiety over changing demographics. That's very similar to the anxiety in Israel over the the demographic the idea of sharing, a state with Palestinians who might outnumber Jewish Israelis.
he just, you know, he has no he has no real working definition of Zionism.
Right.
It also, what's interesting about it is, do you know how many people we have had on this podcast say have almost the exact same story? We had Emma Vigeland came on this podcast, talked about the exact same thing. She was talking to her therapist about, you know, what was going on, you know, in Gaza. And apropos of nothing, her therapist was just like, you know, well, I love Israel, and something along the lines of like, well, I just want you to know I would die for Israel, or some. I believe that was her story. It could be someone else's. There's a few
the one
people.
I just said was from 5 years ago. Like that was from 2019, and then the reason why I tweeted about it again was because I started therapy again, and like obviously talking about Palestine was something I was going to talk about in therapy, and my therapist was like, "Yeah, I just don't care about what's happening over there. To me, it's just another place in the world."
Beautiful.
And I was just like, and
How
this was in
sweet.
this was in February 2024, and I was just like, I feel like I'm going batshit crazy. I'm like, I thought I finally found like another good therapist, and she just unleashes that on me because I waited a couple sessions to bring it up.
Yeah.
And I was just like, and so then I tweeted about like my frustrations, and he saw the tweet, and he was like, oh, that's when like the anti-Semitism claim started against me, where he was like, just say she's Jewish, and then like whenever he did that, I became the face of Stop Anti-Semitism on Twitter. They made like a whole post about me.
Yeah.
And that was a disaster.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, because like I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not. I never have been. I grew up in a very I want to say understanding environment where like we were knowledgeable. Okay, I've never conflated Judaism with Zionism. Still don't.
Yeah,
never going to.
Which is a thing that is like is blatantly anti-Semitic that Zionists do all the time.
Yeah, it's just like,
well, I mean that like
it's insane.
like look, low key that Ethan is doing, low key that Ethan is doing, right? When he I mean, he doesn't say like every single like, but he always throws out this figure like saying like 90% of Jews are Zionists. So when you're saying something about Zionists, you're talking about like almost every Jewish person. And it's just not true, especially outside of Israel, right? The uniformity of opinion isn't even like 100% in Israel. There's all kinds of people, but it you know, that is a more you know, Zionism would be a dominant belief, you know, in Israel itself, whereas in the diaspora, there's all kinds of anyway, he's making Jewish people out to be monolithic in this regard, and they're not. And you know, there's Matt Lieb is an example of that. There's a lot of examples that you can find, including like the leadership for some of the primary pro-Palestinian organizations out there. Yeah, it's just not true what Ethan's trying to say.
But so that happened, and then after that, it chilled off for a while, and then September. This one's kind of my fault because like I tweeted because he tweeted about 9/11. He posted about 9/11 some dumb shit. And I forgot what he said, and I just quote retweeted the tweet I saw with his screenshot of his Instagram story, and I was like, this motherfucker never shuts up.
Yeah, I saw that, and from there, just an entire meltdown of just kind of again where you are, you know, the target of not just him, but also like his community and also all of the like Destiny guys who apparently are boosting him and all this stuff. And it just seems I mean, it seems like what you represent to him is, if I'm being cynical about it, is a perfect avatar for to normalize this idea that Arabs are racist or Arabs are anti-Semitic. You know, like you are someone who is what I would say is like a normal person in who happens to be Arab, so you have this like understanding of what racism is.
Yo, I really hope that Matt Lieb doesn't get fired. That would so suck. Like, I don't know that much about Good Mythical Morning. Ethan said they're like an extremely like safe brand. So, you know, that implies that they just don't want any kind of controversy. And that's the most dangerous place you can be when there's somebody with a vendetta that wants to make a lot of noise and try to get you fired. Because you're just not allowed to have an opinion.
It's because you're like, oh, look, it's an apartheid state where all the Arabs are forced to bend to the will of the Israeli government, and yeah, but because of that, you know, you'll shitpost. You write something funny and glib. You did this really great thing at TwitchCon, which I think led to you being banned. Is that right?
Yes. Oh my God. Like, it's genuinely.
Yeah, 7 hours a day, not healthy for anyone. I don't know how Hassan does it. As like Hassan's on for longer than I am.
The dumbest shit. Oh, I like, okay.
Yeah.
So we started planning for the panel in June.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we wanted to do something like fun and interactive because we got the opportunity to do our podcast I have called Arabs live at TwitchCon. So we came up with the Habibi tier list, which
yes,
if you're on the internet, you've seen like black content creators do like who could say the N-word pass, who's invited to the cookout.
Yes.
Who could use AAVE. Like, it's essentially our twist on it, but Arab.
Right.
So we were trying to make meme tiers. So we had 5 tiers. We had Arab, Arab coded, asks permission, thinks it's a slur, and loves Sabra.
Right. And this was who gets the Habibi pass.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And it was you would put different content creators based on like how you would perceive whether or not how is it's sort of like how Islamophobic they might be, or how deeply uncomfortable they are with Arabs. That was the feeling that
it was more so just like it was a meme tier list. It was more so just like because Habibi obviously is just like a term of endearment. It's like my love, darling, whatever.
Yeah.
Like people use it with their friends, family, significant others. So we were just like it literally had no meaning. It was just us like fucking around, honestly.
Yeah.
With the love Sabra tier, that's what caused the most controversy.
So yeah, anyway, watch this if you want to. This is Bad Hasbara. I'm gonna leave the channel link. Wait, if I can grab it, I'm gonna copy the link, hopefully. There we go. And I'm gonna put it in chat for all of you if you wanna give Matt Lieb and Bad Hasbara a follow, which I would suggest if you like this content. And thank you, Matt Lieb, for making this content. Also, thank you to my Patreon. My Patreon helps me keep the lights on, sometimes literally. And they are greatly appreciated, so I try to make sure to give people a shout out at least once during every stream. For the at the $5 level or higher, you get a fancy shout out along with getting to watch the videos early, which everybody on my Patreon does. So let me go ahead and give those shout outs now. Shouts out to Orel Talipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxba. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out to Zarazerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Also, shouts out to the mods. Give the mods a hand. Mods, I didn't realize like how bad Shorts chat was tonight. And I mean, I think it's because we talked about Trump. That's the other reason I don't like to talk about Trump. Is I know it's just going to be how bad was it? Like, I always think that it's getting better, maybe. I always think that, well, no, they're sending us more, like, good people. They're sending us more, like, not chuds. But then I look at the chat, and it's like, they were so angry. Well, I was saying a lot of shit. God damn. I mean, we racked up, I don't know, like 200 follows. Like I mean, you heard that thing going off, the communist invading radicals, but yeah, geez. Really is part of JVP. Oh, really? From MR chat? Nice. Part of JIP, so that should tell you how awesome the organization is. I'm behind really, Corn. Am I pretending to jump rope? No, I'm really jumping on a trampoline. I don't know. Like, I guess you can't see the trampoline, so. But yeah, this is the link to Patreon if you want to sign up. Get the videos early. You can, like, get tomorrow's video today, potentially, or even earlier than that, because that's one of the benefits. You also get a shout out, and you also get to, like, nobody's taking advantage of this, but I have been hanging out in Weasel Cord. Okay, that's the right now it's Patreon only Discord, although we're gonna add members, and we're gonna add subs as soon as I can. But yeah, right now you can hang out with me. I've been watching occasionally, like, you know, sometimes during the week I watch the there we go. We just raided into Complainy Laney. Let's
talk about fashion, media, and the culture.
Oh, nice.
I am a big Substack user. I have an infrequent news.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Complainy Laney is actually reacting to a video.
My YouTube is not listening to me at all, so that's great.
Oh no.
We're just doing a fun night of stuff.
So there's Complainy Laney. If you want to go follow Complainy Laney on Twitch, that is where Complainy Laney streams. And so yeah, we rated in there. And I just wanted to thank the mods tonight, because I know it was not easy dealing with that chat. That's why I've been trying not to do like Trump tint on, like there's like a good side to it in terms of 50 messages a second. Jesus Christ, that's impossible to mod. Was it too much, chat? Sorry, was it too much chat? Was it too much mods? I'm defying gravity. Yeah, I do need to get to sleep, but yeah, so what I've been doing is I've been watching the fun half of the Majority Report in Weasel Cord. So if you are a Patreon, that's another, right now, any Patreon is getting that. That is supposed to be a benefit specifically for fancy weasels and above. But right now I'm doing it for everyone, since I haven't got a separated, like, fancy weasel. I'm in the voice chat, right? So you can hang out with me, talk about the Majority Report, and watch the fun half, right? That's what I've been doing lately. So make sure not to miss that. Mods, you have that ability as well. But yeah, that's how it. I just wanted to thank mods. Awesome job handling that. You can't control how many assholes are in there. It is what it is. Yeah, I just don't want to. A bit slower mode. Okay, so I was on 30 seconds tonight, but I can make it 45, or I can make it 60. Or I could make it more. Your grumpy ass is not a mood killer, Bad Lefty. We appreciate you. But yeah, I gotta go to bed soon. But much love. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Until then, good night and moe kyun.